check. Check, check.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the last day of Research Week. I can tell it's the last day of Research Week because we have a long-ass line for coffee right now as people trickle back in. And I know some of you were out late last night, I'm not going to lie. I can see it on your face. Anyway, I'm really excited for today. Today we're highlighting a bunch of amazing talks that we really think could apply to everybody, but I will let our host for the day introduce that. Before we get into that, a quick thank you, as is tradition. Oh, can we get the slides up in the back? Perfect. Big round of applause for our wonderful sponsors. Thank you again for all that you do to bring affordable, high-quality learning and connection to our community. We really couldn't do it without you, and we're so excited and happy to have you here. And for today, for UXRConf, we have a title sponsor, and their name is Lookback, and the CEO of Lookback, Henrik, is here to say hi. Can you come up for a minute?
Thank you. I am Henrik, it is true, and this is the 8th consecutive time we sponsor UXRConf, so always fun to come here and see this. Thank you. Obviously, it's been so great to come back every year. It's better, and it's going to be better next year too, but let's start today and enjoy today before we get excited about next year. But huge shout out to the team. Of course, I'm pointing to you, Alec, but Maggie is doing all the work, and no, it's not. Anyway, no, there's a lot of people involved in this, of course. Thank you to everyone who makes this happen. People are here tuning in from, I'm looking at the camera, everyone on YouTube. It's great. All the volunteers, and of course, all the speakers. So what's really cool over the years is that the speakers, like all the old school ones, are coming back, which means they liked it. But they're not talking about the same thing. They're always bringing something else, which means they're interesting. And then there's new people coming too. So that's like a business. You want like new customers, and you want the ones that came here to come back. So you built a great thing. Thank you so much, everyone. So a few things about Lookback. We are a tool for qualitative research. We've been around for 10 years. If you go to our website, it will say that we are built for research, powered by AI, and grounded in humans. And I think that's true. So we're built for research. Over these 10 years of researching researchers doing research, we picked up a few things. And we built an experience that is not video conferencing. I know a lot of you, because you come to me using some other, let's not name names, but some platforms that are not built for research to do your moderated stuff. If you come to us, you're going to like it way more. It's built for you, whether you're the moderator, the participant, or the observers. You can do all your moderated and unmoderated stuff. You can bring your own participants, or you can use our new integration with user interviews, our best friends over there, also original sponsors. Hello, user interviews, you're the best. Great panel. So you can do all of that stuff and then surface all the insights. You can involve your stakeholders early. You can actually, I think we're the only platform where you can research your stakeholders before you research your participants, which is very important. So a bunch of cool stuff like that. You can come see me and know more if you want. Powered by AI, of course, you have to be. Alex said you can't be at the conference if you're not. But we are enhancing. We're doing some of that low-hanging fruit stuff. So we're enhancing the stuff that the humans are already doing, like note-taking and finding things and stuff like that. So check that out. And grounded in humans. I love all of the stuff that people are doing. I'm looking for Outset here. Like, there's a lot of cool AI stuff where you can automate things. But ultimately, our stance is that the more AI we get, the more humans are going to be important. So whether that's like real humans understanding real humans doing real human stuff, or whether it's like humans doing some research at least with humans, and then they can expand into doing some AI-moderated stuff too. But that's what we do. And the most important thing I want to say is that I have a lot of swag, like T-shirts and stuff. And I know what I just said sounded like a pitch, but I'm not here to sell subscriptions. It's way more sinister than that. I'm going to pick your brains on things. There's a sofa over there. Please come sit, unburden yourself, tell me about everything that is terrible in your job. You have a chance to win a product that might help you with that eventually when we figured out how to solve that problem. And worst case, you get a T-shirt. So come see me, don't be shy. You don't have to give me your address or anything, just like grab some swag. Thank you, Alec, and everyone. Have a good night, good evening, good day.
I told y'all, people have been out drinking last night. Like, what are we talking about? Interesting. Very cool. So this will be my last time on stage here, so I have some very important thank yous to do before I introduce our wonderful host for today. Can we get a big round of applause for our volunteers real quick? Thank you all. Y'all are the real MVPs, running microphones, checking people in, and being all around helpful. Thank you so much. I also want to give a big shout out to not only Maggie, who's here somewhere, but also Aaliyah and Evie, who are back home in Canada, who are monitoring the live stream, who are literally making live edits on decks while the presentations are going on to make sure everything looks crisp. So please, a round of applause for the Learners team if you had fun today. Awesome. And then I just want to leave you with one final note. I know it's been a challenging few years. Anybody had a rough go at some point in the last few years? Raise your hands up. Great. Yeah, a lot of us. Look, I've been talking to a lot of people over the last few years, obviously, and especially recently. And I got to say, I'm pretty sure we've bottomed out. I think it's only up from here. In fact, I am so certain that it's only up from here. I think we're going to have to grow this event again next year so even more of us can come and connect and hang out. So I'm very excited about that. But I got to say, it's not going to happen by accident. The whole point of this whole week is so that we can learn from others what's working, what's helping them accelerate their career, what's helping them accelerate the quality of their craft, the amount they're able to produce, the way that they're able to help their teams. And it's on each and every one of us to figure out how to get better and incorporate this stuff and then come back next year ready to teach people what you've learned as you've experimented and tried new things yourselves. And it's also on each and every one of us to find somebody else who we can lift up who's maybe a couple steps behind us. I know lots of you have made some wonderful connections today, whether you're here in person, you're watching online, and it's so fun to get together as a community because a lot of the time, we don't have these spaces to do that, but I really want us to try our best to reach out and make a new friend, make a new connection, reach out to somebody who's a few steps behind you and say, do you want to grab a coffee? Do you want to have a call? Let's talk about how things are going for you, because I promise you, everyone in this room, every one of you has something important to offer somebody else. So if you can, please join me in making a little commitment in our minds right now to lift somebody else up this year. And then we'll come back next year and have a great-ass time and have a big party again. And yeah, how does that sound? Is that good? Amazing. Now, one final story as I introduce our wonderful host for today. I have to tell you how I met this guy. I was in Toronto, and there was a random Twitter account that I saw that was interested in Arsenal and UX research. Who lived in, get this, St. Catharines, Ontario. What? But from Kenya, I think originally. Is that right? Anyway, we get into the DMs, as one does, and we end up going for coffee at Jimmy's Coffee on Portland. And I had no idea what to expect. I was like, this guy may be about to take me to a rave. He may be about to take me to a soccer match. We might get into some shenanigans. I'm not sure. But that, in I think 2017 or 2018, was the very beginning of a long and beautiful friendship with someone who I have known to be one of the best storytellers I have ever met. This host for today is somebody who's led research at some incredible teams. He is somebody who has taught me a lot about research, and I am so excited to welcome my friend and soon to be your friend to host UXRConf. His name is Roy. Roy, can you come up on stage and take it away? Please give it up for Roy.
He is way too kind, way too kind. And I think it was earlier. I think it was 2015-ish. Okay. Well, hey, welcome to UXRConf 2025. I'm skipping ahead too quickly. Now, Alec did say we've known each other for a few years, and before we get going with the day, I'm just reflecting on the journey that UXRConf has been on. I would love to know if anyone was here for the original UXRConf 2019, 2018. Anyone was, you can put your hand up if you were here. Just that guy? Okay. If you are online and you were there, type A, I was there, just so folks can know. It's been incredible to see this journey. And like Alex said, I've known Alec and Maggie from before UXRConf was a thing, when it was just UXR Toronto. And the thing that was so marvelous to see was two people who put together the very best meetups in the world. Have you been to meetups where you show up and you're just like, what is going on here? Like, this is a mess. The speaker is just being told to go up 5 minutes before, like, you're going to speak today, go up. That was never what UXR Toronto was about. They put so much care, so much craft, so much grit into making it happen. And that laid the foundations for what UXRConf is today. So before we get going, I know we've already done some shout-outs, we've done some applause, but I want to take a moment to appreciate Maggie and Alec for all they have done to bring us together. This doesn't exist without them. So let's take a moment and give a huge round of applause to Maggie and Alec. I love you guys. All right, so I'm your host. My name's Roy Opata Olende. If you really want to get close to me, call me Opata, but Roy is totally fine. Both are great. I'm your host today, but maybe more importantly, I'm sort of your friendly conference bully. Okay? Now, what does a friendly conference bully try and get you to do? What I'm going to try and get you to do, encourage you to do, is today, I want you to take a step back. I know we all have our phones on us. Some of us have our laptops out. Let's be honest, people. There are no research emergencies. As my lovely former manager, Jane, used to tell me, it's gonna be okay to take a step back today and allow yourselves to take in the work, the thoughtfulness of what the speakers are gonna give you. Because something that they say today could make an impact in your work and in your life, but it's not gonna happen unless you take a step back. Don't grab the phone, just let it sit in there awkwardly. Don't pull out the laptop, just let it rest, and give yourself just today to take this in for the good of yourself, for the good of your team, for the good of your life. You never know. So that is my conference bully request. I will not be singling out people, but I'm watching you. It is time for our first talk of the day. Now, Brad is someone who I just think is supremely intelligent. I've got to have a bunch of conversations with them, and I'm really excited about this session where they're going to just talk about, hey, research is partially broken, but there's something that we can do about it. So let's give a warm UXRConf welcome to Brad.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to UXRConf 2025. There's something really important that I want to talk to you about today. So my name is Brad. I use them pronouns. I'm super excited. Let's get started. As I said, there's something very, very important to me in my life that I want to talk to you about. Dance. That's right. We're talking about dance. So you're probably wondering, like, Brad, it's UXRConf. Why are we talking about it? So outside of my research life, I'm also a modern dancer. I'm in a dance company. That's me. From this work called The Lovers by Anna Sokolow. I'm in the Sokolow Theater Dance Ensemble. So why are we talking about dance? We use this one word to refer to a lot of different things, right? There's a lot of different types of dance. They all have their own, use cases, if you will, right? Their own goals, their own engagement models, feelings, etc. So let's talk about some of those types of dance. There's theater dance, right? Ballet, Broadway, modern dance, etc. There's ballroom dance, more of a social, sort of collaborative effort. There's these ritual, traditional, indigenous dances that are maybe more about honoring your ancestors. I'm certainly not an expert in this, but there's all these other types of dance I could mention. There's K-pop and capoeira, and just a bunch of different types of dance. There's whatever you do on the dance floor. We won't talk about that too much, but we call all these things dance. They're all very different. So we can start to classify these different types of dance on a variety of spectra, right? So there's presentational versus experiential. Is the purpose to put on a show or to have a good time? There's professional and casual. How much preparation went into this? There's, again, ritualistic versus informal. Is there a series of steps that you go through in order to partake in this action? And is the focus more collective or more sort of individualistic? So if you're doing this like group dance, obviously that's more of a collective feel versus going out on the dance floor and doing your own stuff. There's another word that is really important to us that I want to talk to you about. Take a guess. What do you think it is? Research. That's right. So we use this one word to refer to a lot of different things. We say, oh, we talk about qual versus quant and generative and evaluative, all these things, right? There's also this whole problem of like, what do we even call ourselves? I'm a user research, UX research, design product. I just research. That's what I call, what is my team, what do I do, et cetera. So I think, yeah, there's a problem here where we have this word and we're not really being specific about how we use it. There's another dimension that I think we're not talking about enough. So we have, people are starting to, there's some chatter about it. There's a lot of talk about it this week at some of the other conference events. But I want to talk to you about strategic versus tactical research, and specifically how that differs from generative and evaluative. Because a lot of times we say we're doing generative work and we think we're being strategic, but I personally think they're orthogonal. And I say this because you can do generative work, which is actually very, very tactical. What problems exist with sign up? Like, you have a very specific thing you're trying to accomplish, but you're trying to discover what's out there. Discovery, we talk about discovery research. On the flip side, you can do evaluative work that's highly strategic. Which of these new product adjacencies should we invest in? So I don't think we can classify the work that we do and say, oh, it's generative, therefore it's strategic. We're gonna hammer this point home a little bit more with this little Venn diagram. So really the only place that they intersect is that they help you decide what to do. So let's walk through a bunch of characteristics of generative research that we know and love, right? The goal is to sort of discover a target audience or maybe understand their context. It happens in the early stages of the product development lifecycle. Your stakeholders are typically product managers, designers, product marketing, customer success, and it usually takes you a few weeks to do. So let's contrast that with what I'm going to sort of talk about a bunch today, which is what I consider strategic research. So for one, your stakeholders are very different. You're talking to the head of function, the board of directors, your executives. It happens over the course of months and years. Like we're tracking things month over month to see when the signals change and there's an inflection point or whatever it may be. You're trying to understand market trends. You're trying to understand the competitive landscape. What are your organizational goals? Which direction should you go as a company? And it's completely separate from the product development lifecycle. So a really, really like easy hint is that if you're doing work and it fits into the PDLC, it's probably not that strategic. These things are like completely divorced, and I'll talk more about that. So yeah, we use this word research to refer to a lot of different things. Most research that we have done thus far is frankly tactical research. So what do I mean by that? Like, what is the definition of tactical? Well, according to Merriam-Webster, of or relating to tactics, such as small-scale actions carried out to serve a larger purpose, or things that are done in like a sort of limited and immediate end in view. Let's reflect on that for a second. Like, this is the dictionary, I didn't make this up. This is the dictionary definition of strategic. This sounds like most of the work that I have heard researchers talk about, and most of the researchers that I've talked to. Like, this is interesting. We tend to operate on other people's timelines. We tend to do our work with very specific goals in mind, often directed by other people. And we don't have a lot of like our own roadmap. I've had many conversations with researchers and research leaders about trying to define the research roadmap. Yeah, that's the thing that we all struggle with. And I want to note the title of the talk is not Research is Completely Broken. We're really good at this. We've gotten really good as an industry at like hitting our marks, hitting our timelines, delivering the value that we promise. But I think we're, it's sort of holding us back. So if this is tactical, what do we mean by strategic? Like, what's the definition of strategic, and what is strategic research? So we'll go back to the dictionary this time, Cambridge, instead of Merriam-Webster. The definition of strategic is relating to the way in which an organization decides what it wants to achieve and what it plans to do over time. So it's a very, very different thing than this whole tactical world. Javier Vargas recently summed it up as, tactical will tell you how, strategic will tell you what. So if you are trying to figure out, like, okay, we know the problem, we know the solution, we just don't know how to do it, that's tactical work and tactical research. Whereas if you're like, we don't even know what direction we're supposed to go, that is more on the strategic end. Yeah, we're treating these things the same, but they're fundamentally different. So there's a few things we should rethink. First of all, what are the timelines that we operate on? Who are the stakeholders? What rituals do we go through as researchers? And what are the deliverables? What are we producing at the end of all this work? So I sort of mapped out this side by side. We're going to walk through the horizon in which you operate on, timeline, scope, et cetera. So first, if you're doing tactical work, you're looking at like 0 to 6 month time horizon. Like what are we doing in the next half a year or so? Whereas strategic work, it's like, what are we doing in the next 3 years? And how is research informing what we as a business are doing? The timeline in which you operate on, short versus long, right? If your project takes a few weeks, cool. If it's taking months at a time, and you're probably thinking, oh no, that sounds like a nightmare. There's ways to sort of get around it being that rough, but yeah, if it's a timeline of months, if the scope is narrow versus broad, I'm not going to talk through each of these because y'all can read, but I think the thing that's really important to highlight here is like the deliverable is very different at the end of the day. Like we do work as researchers, and you're asked to provide a recommendation. There's no recommendation when you're doing strategic work. It's like, hey, here are all the things we could possibly do. Here are the opportunities that we as a business can pursue. Trying to do strategic work in this like tactical frame that we've built is kind of like, to bring back this previous dance metaphor, it's kind of like trying to do ballet at the club, right? Like these things just like don't work and don't line up, and we're wondering why we may be struggling to have the strategic impact that we think we should. So you're probably like, all right, Brad, cool, I get it. Like, why should I care? I don't know, I'm just trying to do my job, right? So I spent the past year at Webflow sort of shifting the research function in this direction. And things were starting to happen. People were starting to take note. So I was getting like DMs from execs asking me like, hey, do we have any research about AI? Or, hey, what have we learned about agencies versus enterprise customers, right? So like the chief revenue officer would be like, Brad, give me the summary of the last 10 research studies that we've done. That's pretty cool. We actually for a while had a standing exec roundtable, like a monthly meeting with a bunch of execs where they're like, cool, tell us what you've learned. Here's some stuff that we're thinking about. It was a really cool opportunity. The work that we were doing as researchers started to show up in like presentations to the board of directors and like in the discussions that they're having. The stories that came out of research would show up in like marketing launches as like these customer sort of stories about the features that we were building and whatnot. In short, we kind of had a seat at the table. However, I don't think that's the right metaphor. I don't think we need a seat. I think it's our job to design the menu. It's our job to figure out like, okay, what is actually happening at these discussions? So you're probably like, okay, awesome, I'm in, sounds great, how do we do it? This is my favorite slide in the whole deck because I'm a troll. When I pitched this talk, it included how, and Alec was like, you can't do that in 20 minutes. Like, this is a whole other, maybe if I'm back next year, we can talk about how to actually go through this. But the short answer is that you can't do strategic work until you have an answer to the tactical questions. So that is like, whether that's democratization, AI, whatever it may be, you have to solve those answers first. Because if you're like, hey, we're gonna do this work that is 3 years down the roadmap, and people have questions about what's happening right now, they're gonna think you're crazy. So you have to find a way to solve that. Moving on. There's 3 meaningful pieces that I want to talk through, sort of in the way that I have structured strategic research. And this isn't the only way to do it, but this is what we've been doing at Webflow. And this is the way that I've encapsulated it. There are inputs, there are rhythms, and there are outputs. I'm going to talk through each of these sort of one at a time. But inputs are basically everything that goes into this like high-level planning exercise that we have, rhythms are, sort of where the magic happens. It's like what we do, how we work, what our timelines look like, et cetera. And then the outputs are what we produce, like how our work impacts the 3-year plan. Great, everyone got it? Cool, see you at lunch. Kidding. So yeah, we'll walk through a bunch of these one at a time. What are the inputs to strategic research? There's a variety of formal and informal sources. So one of them is voice of the customer. I talked about this a bit yesterday. Webflow is using Interpret. But basically, you pipe a whole bunch of passive signals. And when I say passive signals, I mean support tickets. I mean your like product reviews, threads on Reddit and Twitter and everything else. You sort of put all that stuff into one place. And a VOC program lets you do 2 things. One, you can get a monthly report to say, hey, here are the things that people are talking about. You can also do ad hoc queries, which is really cool. So highly recommend setting up a VOC program if you don't have one already. Long-term bets are something that go into this plan. Like, what are the things that your business is working on, and what is your company's roadmap? That should obviously influence your roadmap as a research function. These questions from exec, and if you don't have execs DMing you, because I recognize that everyone does, look at the all-hands meetings. Look at the quarterly reports if you're publicly traded. Like, what are these things what are the topics that they're talking about, and how can you as a researcher answer and support those things? There are patterns in the requests that you get as researchers, like, it seems like we have a lot of questions about this one topic. That's probably because we don't know enough about it fundamentally to make intelligent guesses. So if you're getting a lot of requests, and you're doing this tactical work, start to think through why, like what's behind that. And the last one is my favorite one, some good old-fashioned existential dread. You have questions about your business, right? You sort of know what's happening. What are the questions that you have? So yeah, let's zoom in on that real quick for a second. What are you worried about in your business? Not in your life. There's a lot of other things, but yeah, like what are the things that everyone else is missing? I think researchers have this like unique perspective because I often joke with people when they ask what I do. It's like, oh, I don't actually do any work, right? I don't build it, I don't sell it, I don't support it, I don't design it. Like, it's our job to find problems and tell somebody else about them. So it gives us a unique perspective. And also, we have a superpower, curiosity, right? Like, we are researchers. That's kind of what fuels us. So what are these questions that you have that no one else is talking about? Ask those questions. It's kind of our job. We talked about at the Research Leadership Summit yesterday, like, be brave, right? Sometimes you have to ask the question or report the data that makes you unpopular. That's kind of our job as researchers, not to be unpopular, but to ask those questions. So we'll talk about rhythms next. Again, these are like the things we do, the cycles we go through. Again, voice of the customer is important. These monthly reports are really important. You may be wondering, why is it month over month? Because week over week is too soon and quarter over quarter is too long. Like, not enough movement happens on a weekly basis for you to really see a signal. And if you wait an entire quarter, you might actually miss something. So yeah, this is a way to bubble up passive signal into this active domain, because we all know we can't do all the research we want to do, so how do we decide what is the most important thing to work on? There are, as I mentioned, these exec roundtables, which I'll talk more about in a bit, but monthly meeting with execs, that's kind of useful. We do what I call multi-study research initiatives, right? So we look at one of these big problems, these big questions, and we plan out a handful of different research studies, individual studies, that all tie together. It's going to take us months to do this. You probably want to keep your people up to date. You want to keep them engaged. These bi-weekly stakeholder meetings and updates are really important. One, because you don't want them to get bored. You don't want them to lose track of your research, but it also helps you adjust, right? As you're doing things month over month, things may change in the business, so you want to make sure you're adapting to that. And then the last one is this meta-analytic step, right? Like, you do a bunch of research, you prepare your findings, and then every single time you do that, you update the global knowledge about this topic so that you can, at a certain point, say, okay, we've learned all these things, and here's what it means. It's targeted per initiative. So whatever the big multi-study research initiative is, your meta-analysis is relating to that. As I said, I want to zoom in on this real quick. What happens in these conversations? What is this? It's really, as I said, just an open discussion. and it's easily the most expensive meeting I've probably ever been a part of, because who's there? You know, the chief product officer, the chief revenue officer would often show up, CTO, CFO, leadership within the insights org, and then like special guests every now and then, whatever the topic is. You're wondering, that's a lot of people, that's a lot of money, how do you prepare for that? Put a deck together with everything that you've learned, and Webflow does a lot of like pre-reads, so record like a Loom video or something that basically says, hey, here's the things I want you to focus on, here's what I would love to discuss, here are the updates that are relevant. It's not a status update, do not waste your time with that. And you want to have this live discussion, so you don't want to do this async. You want to actually sit down with these folks and let them poke and prod and let you sort of answer the questions that they come up with. So the last thing here are outputs. I like this little pyramid metaphor because they all kind of build on top of each other, right? So as researchers, we all produce data. We all produce nuggets, right? The little, like your little insight nugget. You know, we all do that. This is actually useful because it lets the product teams, when they pick up these things eventually, have the sort of the paper trail, and they can do ad hoc queries and analysis on this. It also plays nicely with the voice of the customer program, so yeah, make sure you're documenting your findings. A lot of us also prepare research reports, right? We say, all right, did some research, here's what we learned, and you summarize that. A lot of teams stop here. Like a lot of people just like, we did our report, we're done. There's more, there's like extra steps you can take. So the next one, as I already mentioned, is this like meta-analytic roll-up of like, okay, we did a research study, we learned this thing. How does that relate to everything else that we know? And you can do this without having a strategic initiative. You can just do this with your research. Every time you finish a study, put it into some sort of global, like executive summary. What does this contribute to the overall knowledge that you have as a business? This is where, you know, if you're doing meta-analysis, hard word, yeah, there's another step here. So like, okay, we've summarized our learnings. What do you do after that? You have to figure out whether or not this is worth investing in. So most teams will not go talk to their pricing and packaging team, their product strategy team. You have to do some market sizing. You have to do some, like maybe talk to an engineering leader and figure out what's the approximate level of effort it would take to support something like this. Because if you go to your execs and you say, hey, we want to do this thing, they're going to look at you like, great, but why? Like, what's the value? What's it going to take, et cetera? So if you make it through that gauntlet, you get to a roadmap item. We actually take things from this project, this program, and put it onto the product backlog, which is pretty cool. So again, zooming in on one of these, how do you validate an opportunity? There's some familiar things that we all do as researchers, triangulation, right? Be a good mixed methodologist. A lot of talks on Monday. Yeah, that was Monday, Growth UXR. We're about using logs, right? Like how to make sure that what you're presenting is as foolproof as it can be, because execs are really good at poking holes in things and they really like doing that. There's some unfamiliar things, market sizing. Strategy, pricing, and packaging. What's the total addressable market of this proposed feature? If you don't know what those things are, it's okay, but these are the things that we start to think through. And if you present something to your leadership and you say, hey, users want this thing, they're going to go, okay, whatever. But if you say, this represents a $20 million increase in annual recurring revenue, they might go, okay, all right, we'll consider that. What's it going to take for us to build that? 2 million? Cool, okay, yeah. So you kind of need to speak their language. And I know we probably heard talks about speaking the business's language, but yeah. I want to walk through an example real quick. So Webflow launched this thing last year called Analyze. Webflow is a website building platform. And they decided, hey, instead of having to go to Google Analytics or whatever, you can do it in Webflow now. This happened before, most of the planning happened before I joined the company, but I wanted to use it as an example of like, what would this have looked like if we had gone through this strategic research process? So the inputs would have been, people are using Google Analytics and complaining about how complicated it is. There are threads on Reddit and Twitter, and they're saying, I really wish there was a better option. There's an internal sort of idea of like, as a company, Webflow probably wants to capture more of the market, so how might we do that? And another thing that Webflow rolled out last year is that there's this evolution from being a website builder to being a website experience platform. So those are some of the things that go into this as input. the rhythms that we would uncover this need through these exec roundtables, that they want us to expand the market. We would share insights from the voice of the customer program that we're hearing more people chatter about this. And then we would do a bunch of research, and we'd do that meta-analysis and provide those biweekly updates. And the outputs are basically, hey, what sucks about analytics? What would it take to make something better? And how much money would that be worth to us? So to wrap things up here, just like not all dance is the same dance, not all research is the same research. It feels really good in the moment to do tactical research because you get this instant gratification out of it, right? You do some work and you present your findings and people go, that's great. And you're just like, nailed it. And that's okay, like go nuts, have fun, go jam out with your besties. However, there's a time and a place to do something more like Alvin Ailey's Revelations, which is telling the story of faith, perseverance, grief, so you can go out there and do something that is beautiful, impactful, and awe-inspiring as researchers. Thank you.
That was amazing. All right, I believe we should have some questions. I am searching for
Where's our mic person?
who would have a mic.
Mic runner is coming now.
All right, I think we have a few spots around. So there's a couple of hands up here. Go for it.
Thanks, Brad. Great talk. I'm wondering about the pivot that you've gone, and maybe this is next year's talk, but like from when you were younger and more junior to where you're at now, where you are now entering into these kinds of conversations with these executive stakeholders with confidence, being able to have that open dialogue, whereas when you were more junior, when I was more junior, I would have been petrified to have that, right? And so we're beginning to have some of that, but we're like figuring out we're finding our courage within that space. Mm-hmm. So how did you find your courage?
Yeah, it's a really good question. Trial and error is certainly part of it. The thing to remember when you're talking to execs is they're just people. Like, yeah, they may have, lots of responsibility and lots of experience, but like, you can just have a conversation with them. You can just say, hey, like, here's something I'm working on. Like, what do you think? And most of the time, if you're like afraid of talking to an exec, that's really just like your own insecurity. Because what's the worst thing that happens? They go, no, that's not quite right. Here, let me help you, right? Like, execs can be scary. Not everyone's exec is like nice, but they're just people, and you are all trying to accomplish the same goal, which is to like push your business forward and make the right decision and provide value to your customers. So I don't have like a magic bullet as to how to do it. I think it's just like, hey, you just kind of have to practice, but yeah, they're just people at the end of the day, and just have a conversation with them.
That's great. I think there's one over here, and then great. We'll get the mic to you.
Hi, great talk. My name's Corey. In the past, I've been a contractor, and I think Drillbit Labs last year did a study on job descriptions that more companies are moving into research as contractors. And when I'm a contractor, I'm doing tactical work, and I'm not even allowed to talk to decision makers structurally. So I'm curious, for those of us here online who are contractors, who are systemically set up not to do strategic research, what are the first steps they could take?
It's a really good question. It's going to depend a lot upon the environment that you're in. But I think the way you talk about your work can have a huge impact on the next set of work that you do. So if you do your work, you present your research, and you say, hey, here's what we learned, and you kind of leave it at that, you're going to get a different reaction than if you're like, here's what we learned, and here's like some rough market sizing, or here's how I think this might impact our bottom line. Right at the end of the day, you present research, and you're like, this has the opportunity to increase our conversion rate by some percent. So I think even if you're stuck and like pigeonholed in this very tactical space, you can start to think more strategically, think more about the business, think more long term. Say, hey, oftentimes when we present research that we've done, we'll say, hey, like, what are some of the next steps? And one of those next steps is we might want to investigate this other thing that we uncovered that wasn't really part of the original plan. So I think there are ways to sort of flex in that direction and have conversations outside of the context of presenting your work that are like, hey, I would love to do more work like this. What would it take? How do I get there? Like, recognize that you are hired for a certain thing, but if you are interested in providing more value, most companies like that from their people.
All right, another question back there.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Great talk. My name is Maria, and as a former dancer myself, I really resonate with this analogy. I had a follow-up question about some of the rhythms that you identified. I really love the way that you mapped that out. And I was curious about your approach to these executive roundtables. In other words, you specified that you're not coming with this kind of broad, like, here's what I've been doing, but to what degree are you coming with a specific point of view and market opportunity? Have you played around with the Zoom and the focus of those roundtables, and what works best for you?
Yeah, it really depends where we are, like, sort of in the life cycle of a project, because I'm not going to do one set of interviews and say, and this is how much it's worth, like, to the business, right? So, yeah, it sort of goes through its own natural cycle where we're like, okay, the way that it would work at Webflow is that we would like go into interpret, we would go into the voice of the customer, pull a bunch of data, then we would do maybe a survey or some interviews or whatever, and we're already starting to triangulate. So if you're in that very early stage, you can say, hey, execs, like, here's what we've heard, here's what we learned, here's what we think it applies to our business. And at that point, they may say, great, go talk to pricing and packaging. Like, go do some market sizing. Or they may say, you know what, that's actually not even a priority for us anymore because something else is happening. So you'll, like, a lot of times there are like fits and starts with these projects where you're like, I'm going to do this thing, I'm going to work on it really hard, and then you get to your next roundtable and they're like, oh, cool, yeah, that's not important anymore. Can you do this other thing instead? Yeah, I think that's about it.
All right, we think I have just one more question. I think there's one up here. Just in the second row.
Thank you. Thank you, Brad. My name's Lucy. Hi. What was the biggest hurdle from transforming your research organization from a tactical department to a more strategic one? Were there people who questioned maybe for the first time that you did this, were there people who questioned the value of diverting your time away from the tactical stuff? Thank you.
Yeah, there are people that still question it. Because you have to make this fundamental trade-off. So as I alluded to, it's like you've got to find a way to answer those tactical questions to have any sort of bandwidth for this. We did that through heavily democratization. Like I did it at Auth0, we did it at Webflow as well. Like really heavily invest in building out DIY research, democratize, whatever you want to call it, lightweight research at Auth0. We always have to brand it a certain way because the word democratization is evil now. But yeah, like we did that through providing a way for PMs and designers and folks to answer those questions so that we can start to like buy ourselves a little bit of leeway. So it's still like when you are telling your peers and stakeholders like, yeah, I'm actually not going to do that thing you're asking me to do because there's this other thing we're going to work on. That's a tough sell. Like that is just a difficult thing to do. So I found success not in saying just we're not going to do that. It's actually like here, we're going to help you. Here are ways you can answer those questions. And there are quite literally times where we're working on something that is more strategic and for whatever reason, something becomes urgent and we have to, again, pause what we're doing over here to step in to help out. So yeah, it happens all the time.
Those are great questions. Thank you so much for asking them. Brad, thank you so much for that marvelous talk. Let's give one round of applause. Brad.
Thank you.
All right. 1 down, 7 brilliant more to come. Hey? All right. Now, with the next talk, what's been running around my mind since sort of heard about this and talked to Alec about it and just been excited for what Zoe's going to share is let it go. Let it go. Do we care about the itty-bitty things in research a little bit too much? And so Zoe is going to help us today to care less. Please give a warm round of applause to Zoe.
Yep. Brad and I made very different footwear choices, so I don't think I have the same movement he does. But come on, guys, Jimmy Choo, shout out, 60% off. Not to brag. Thank you so much. My name is Zoe. I'm a researcher at Google, and I know we've heard some amazing speakers across this week giving you a whole bunch of things to care about and do sometimes, but give fewer fucks the rest of the time. And Alec, I'm so sorry. I know I promised not to swear, but I made it almost a full 30 seconds. So why do you want to care less? Why am I asking you to do this kind of revolutionary thing? I have heard so many questions this week of, how do I get out of this space of defensiveness? How do I prove to this other person? We are becoming this antagonistic role with our stakeholders, and it's time to get out of it. Now, I want to be so careful. I am not asking you to avoid care. Care is still tantamount and so important to what we do as researchers. It's central to our success. It's central to what we do in our jobs. I am certainly not advocating for you to be careless. I am actually a bit of an asshole, and if your p-values or effect sizes don't make sense, I will be the one commenting in your deck. That is not what we're getting at here. What I'm asking you to do is to be significantly more judicious with your care, how you choose to apply it, how you think about yourself, your products, your team, and your life. Now, one of the things we're going to get at here, because I've been given this advice a lot in my life, and it didn't resonate for a long time, is there is a difference between care and control. And these are the two things we want to make sure that we're balancing. Care does not equal control, no matter how many books Gwyneth Paltrow makes $1 million selling. Your passion will not bring things into being. It'll be a part of it, but that is not your responsibility. So how are we balancing the two? That's what we're talking about today. Now, I know often people give you these wonderful little things about why they, in particular, are so expert at this. Now, my former head of research is sitting here, Kat Murray, and she's probably going, oh, this is going to be a funny talk from this woman. Why? Same as my colleague. She said to me when I told her about this talk, lovingly, you care more about everything, more than anyone I've ever met. This was 3 months ago. I told my therapist about this, and she said, practically frothing at the mouth, I couldn't come up with a better project for you if my life depended on it. This is something I struggle with, and I still struggle with. But this is so important right now, especially at a time where we are fighting for meaning, fighting for influence, and in so many cases, fighting for our jobs. And our tendency is to take on more, not less. And I'm going to tell you today, you got to start taking on less. So what does anyone do that's trying to now figure out how to be chill, cool, fun? I interviewed 24 people about this across auto tech, PR, and nonprofit industries. I had an amazing talk with a death doula about this. Blew my mind. Happy to talk about that more afterwards. And then I said, well, what else can I do? And I read every piece of published literature I could find to really understand, well, how does this come to be? How do we give this advice, right? What do we do with this? I know it's a very reasonable approach, but I think it played out. And really the central tenet is how we're going to make this connection between care and control. Right now it feels messy, it feels opaque, and we're told often that our passion is the differentiator. So how do we get to this place where we can still have this passion, but we are not completely responsible for it? How do we draw a better line between care and control, again, so we can use that care judiciously? So here's my radical challenge to you. I want you to actually care less. In a world where we are told, what other hat can I wear? What other title can I grab and don as a Coke? How can I prove that I am worthy every day? Stop. Care less. Confidently acknowledge what you can and cannot own, what you can and cannot influence, but let go of the rest. The idea that we can put effort into every little bit of that in some hope of building a care Lego tower, a wall of protection, is just not true. So let's attack this problem together. Now, one of the things I want to get at is, what are we campaigning against? How did we get here in the first place? I'm arguing that there's 3 things. Reactiveness, that we are responding to other people. Other people have an idea, and it is our job to advocate for the user against that. Monolithic value. Now, we're seeing this a lot with AI and democratization. How are we defining our success is far too narrow. And finally, perhaps the hottest take, dangerous empathy. If anybody's been in a relationship for more than a couple of weeks, somebody has said to you, you're not responsible for their happiness, right? And that's really important. But by the way, you're not responsible for anybody else's empathy either. And I know this shows up in career ladders and expectations, but you cannot make people care about something. You can invite them to, but you can't force them to. So let's draw again that connection between care and control. Why do we care so much? A couple things here. I think one of the biggest is how insecure we are in our own value right now. And let's be real for a second, some of that is true. Often, research is the third or fourth step down before we get to the biggest tables in the room. We're not necessarily there. Our paychecks might be smaller than our peers. Certainly the number of us is smaller than our peers. I have a ratio of 1 to 11 PMs. 1 to 3 designers, not so bad, but 1 to 11 PMs, right? Am I valuable? Fuck yeah. Sorry, Alec. I'll do better, guys. But it's hard to see that on paper. Often this really does put us in this against. You are not listening to me. You are not taking me seriously. And that hurts, but it's also working against us. So we want to work into an enablement mindset versus a protection mindset. Now, another big piece of this is how we showcase our value, leaning into that monolithic value. We have a tendency to say, what is it that I uniquely have that no one else has? But our peers aren't necessarily asking this question, right? This leads us to saying things like, we cannot do AI. We cannot do democratization. Only research can do this thing. And we already know that's not true. Come on, these companies all around us are doing great work. They're empowering us to take on projects that we actually want to take on, like Brad said. And let's also be very clear, none of us is well-staffed enough to be able to take on all those questions, even if we wanted to. So how do we use that care and control balance to make sure we're taking on the right things, but not everything? That also leads to a tendency to double down on the status quo because it might not be working very well, as Brad told us, but we understand it. And what's next feels really scary. And that's okay. Care a little bit less and let it go. And finally, we have a tendency as researchers to focus on intangibles. We are extremely reliant on empathy. It was only very, very recently that Google removed from their leveling that we are responsible for the empathy of other people. You can drive empathy. I can make you hopefully think about something. But ultimately, I can't make you do anything about your emotions. And we can't put that on a researcher. Because by the way, at the end of your PER for performance rating, I'm not going to go to Kat and go, oh, but look how much more empathetic they are, right? That's not going to work. And then we tend to also lean into immeasurable things that, again, at the end of those performance ratings, we're like, well, our name didn't make it on that document, so I guess I don't know if I had an impact. I don't know if I actually built something. But we know we did. So we need to step back from that. This is all to say, your care is your most powerful resource, and you need to start using it judiciously. Now, again, I'm not saying mail it in. I'm not saying half-ass it. But I'm saying be deliberate in what you take personally and what you take responsibility for, and it can't be everything. Now, how do we start to do this? I've developed this really fun little matrix for you, very easy to adapt, I hope. Care versus control. Low control, low care, high care. First up. Also, the designer changed these emojis, and they're so much better. Low care, low control. Hopefully you're not doing any of these, right? If you don't care about something and you can't impact it, don't invest there. There are so many things to do, skip it. Like, are there times you're gonna be forced here? Sure, but like 5% of your time, maybe? And it shouldn't matter, right? Like, whatever, do whatever you're gonna do. Next tier, high control, low care. I can do a lot about it, but I don't care about it. That's maybe 20% of your time, right? You're gonna do some of that research. You're still gonna have strong impact. This might be that like pure usability that people are talking about. Doesn't have a lot of impact, doesn't have a lot there, but you can make it happen and generate things forward and make sure that button isn't blue. The area that gets really dangerous is where we love to be and why we are so antagonistic, which is I don't have any control and I care a lot, right? This comes up so often with some of the work that we think is most important, or at least I do. But it doesn't mean that you can't take these on at all, but it means that it might not make sense to consistently choose the research project that brings you into frustration, but rather think about how you can use things as a side project, other approaches to this where, yes, you're still gonna feel fulfilled, but you're not gonna be coming to work every day going, God, I hate this, and nobody cares about the user, and nobody, right? This lack of control feeling. We want to get out of that. And finally, the area we really want to hang out, high care, high control. I care a lot, and I can do something about it. Now again, we have way more projects than we can ever do. So you have a lot more influence to make sure you're picking the ones that matter for you. Again, spending about 75% of that time in that high care, high control, another 20% in high control, low care, as long as it makes sense, but really avoid the other two as much as you can. Now, the first time I got this advice, well, let's be real, I've gotten this advice since high school. It was actually on my report card. I did not put it up there because it had too much text. Thank you, Mom, for holding on to these for this long. But I remember saying, great, what do I drop? And they went, oh, I don't know. You choose. And I was like, no, what's next? How do I know what to drop? And they said, well, I don't know either. Good luck. And I was livid. I was like, this isn't helpful. So I changed managers. Didn't solve my problem, FYI. So what can we do to navigate through that? What are some principles here? Here's your first one. Define your success up front, not your data. We have a really big tendency as researchers, again, monolithic value, to double down on our data. Your data, as Brad pointed out, kind of doesn't matter. It got you there, and that's really important, but the outcome, what you're driving towards, what you are building, is what actually matters. Given that ABC, we must do this other thing. What are you moving towards? And you want to align with people as you go. What are we building towards, right? We can interpret this plot in a bunch of different ways. Where are the data clustering? Where are these things growing? But you want to make sure you've had that conversation with your team of, are we building gold? Are we making Willy Wonka's chocolate bar? Are we building a North Star? Because otherwise you get to the end of these projects and you go, it is so clear to me that we should ABC, and they do something else. And you're like, I didn't get listened to. I got ignored. Did you? Maybe. But more than likely, you thought you were building Willy Wonka's chocolate bar, and they thought they were building a North Star. And the way they interpreted your data, because again, you gave them data, not findings, is that they got to take it the way they wanted. And it might actually be a perfect reflection of what you did. They might be really surprised to hear the feedback that you didn't feel listened to. So we want to, up front, define that success empathetically. Which means I need you to stop asking the question, at least to your stakeholders, is this good research? And instead, start asking the question, does this drive us forward? You should still be asking the question, is this good research, to yourself and potentially your manager, but not to your stakeholders. This means I'm going to challenge you for the rest of the year not to share a script, not to share survey text. They don't control your data. You should have a really clear sense of what that's driving towards. We are here now and we are trying to get here. And the gap in our understanding between those two things is these four things. And then you as a researcher, as the expert, are going to take that and figure out the method and give them those answers, right? This is where we're driving. Do not give up the rest of the control that you do have on those individuals. So, to put it more simply, crystallize that win. Talk about how you're going to get there, right? We are going to be aligned throughout this process, and then be obnoxiously loud about it, right? It should be getting in those emails, in those chats, talking to everybody, working with everybody. Next, relationships matter most. We heard some great work on this from Gus earlier this week. If you weren't at Growth UXR, I heard they had a great moderator, but definitely go check out his talk. Research and communication is so important. Nothing is purely product, nothing is purely technical, nothing is purely a best path. It all exists within the context of the relationships with the people that we work with. You need to communicate and you need to lean in. Focus on connecting your findings to what different people are thinking about and how you can adapt. Again, if you're aligned on that North Star, you're going to have a clear sense of that. This is how you are going to care strategically. I am going to care about the things that the people I care about. And I'm going to bring in and fold in the things that I know are important, so I have control and care in tandem. Again, you are not responsible for the empathy of others. I don't want you to go feel like you have to make a best friend so they feel bad if they don't listen to you. That's not fun and it's not cool. But it is important that you have a really good sense of what they're looking at. Which means you're going to have conversations like this. What's keeping you up at night? What's going to make us fail in 5 years versus tomorrow? How do these things connect? And it's not necessarily connected to a single project. I have this conversation with a couple of my directors at least once a month just to hear what they are thinking about today. There was a question before of like, how do you know when it's okay to talk to these people? They love talking to researchers. Like, you're about to feel like the coolest person in the room because they're like, oh, I have a line in that they didn't know existed, so go talk to them. Now, this also means, and for those of you who know, I used to be a wildlife biologist, so like, didn't have to talk to humans at all. It was great. This also means caring about their lives outside of work, and them caring about yours, right? Ask about their kids, ask about their rec softball game, ask about their travels. You don't have to know everything about them, but the more that we can connect to each other, the better. Next up, start measuring stuff. You'll see this is all over the care and control spectrum. It is really important that we measure one way or the other. There's more than one way to skin a cat, but only one way to know if you did it well, right? You're gonna make best friends with your data scientist and your PM because you're gonna make sure that you see what's happening now and next. You can't control every launch every time, but you can ensure, whether or not you thought it was a good idea or a bad idea, that it's being measured appropriately so success continues. This should be a fundamental part of your work. Partner with all of these people if you have it. QUXR is Quant UXR, by the way. But these are the people that can help you get these measurements. I'm going to share a really brief story, because I'm totally over time, from Lyft, where we launched this new pricing tool within the Lyft Rentals program, which, again, I know you all loved. It was great. RIP. But when you pop to the page, we had a debate. Do we show you the cheapest car at every lot? Or do we give you more information? And I was like, control, information, for sure. This is comparing an SUV to a minivan. This doesn't make sense. There's too many factors here. But it tested pretty well. We had good bookings. So how do I push back on that, right? It's clearly not a battle I'm going to win. What are the user experiences factors to consider there? How many people are changing their car at the lot? How many people are rating lower satisfaction? How many people are canceling, right? Push on these other pieces so that in a month or two you can come back and say, did that make sense? Maybe bookings went up, but end fulfillment didn't. Own that conversation. Just because the decision has made doesn't mean it will stay that way forever. Next, navigate systems. A lot of what we do sucks, let's be real. Like, you did some great work, and then you're like, well, the project just went away. What happened? We got to navigate those tides and roll with them sometimes. There's 3 things here. You're going to lean on those relationships. When you can and when it feels good, you're going to walk away from that project if you need to. You are going to invest that care in yourself sometimes. And sometimes you're going to let go of that care and just roll the dice. This isn't what I think is right, but I'm going to see what happens. Now, I hate this because it's out of control. So this is a script that works really well for me. I think I'm missing something. This is when you're like, this is divorced from my understanding. My understanding of goal is X and what we're doing is Y, which is when you're saying, this makes no sense. Can you help me fill in the gap? So why does this script work? I think I'm missing something. We've talked a lot about antagonistic. This blows that up, right? I need your help. Can you help me for a second, right? People are like, oh, you're not disagreeing with me. You're truly trying to understand. My understanding of the goal is X and what we're doing is Y, right? It is up to you now to fill that in. Pause here. I hate this part. Obviously love to talk. Give yourself a second and let the other person really say where they agree or don't agree. And then you're going to point out whatever that gap was. Can you help me fill it in? And they might go, oh, shoot, I misunderstood something. They might go, yeah, that director really wants that thing. And you're going to at least be able to navigate the system and understand that your care isn't going to adapt it, but own that. Next up, embrace imperfection. You know your 100% goal, right? But if you get 20% of the way there, you're 100% further than you were. So it's okay that you didn't get there. Give yourself grace in doing that. Progress over perfect, and more than anything for researchers, I need you to let go of fault. I hear this with us all the time because we have made ourselves responsible for the user and the user alone. We are fighting battles that no one else is fighting with us. Own what you can. If something went wrong, great. That is you to figure out and to go forward. But you don't get to own every domino it hit along the way. You're gonna let go of that. And finally, I want you to diversify your identity. I love this quote. Much as an investor benefits from diversifying their investments, we too benefit from diversifying our sources of identity and meaning. Yes, this is a little bit of a fluffy one. Alec wanted it out, I wanted it in, and here we are with control, baby. You're gonna increase your self-complexity, right? Diversify the things that keep you powerful. Allow for seasonality. I moved to Indiana for 2 years. I defined myself as a cyclist. That didn't go well. Give yourself some flexibility in that. And then if you've never done a value assessment, I want you to go home today and do one. Identify your values because it becomes so much clearer. I literally have them taped to my monitor. And somebody will give me some criticism that I don't agree with, and I go, God, does that track to my values? No? Cool, bye. Right? Make sure it aligns. Just because somebody has feedback doesn't mean it's good feedback, right? The more varied and interesting your life is outside of work, the more ability you do have to roll with the punches when the tides go against you and things don't feel right. It all feels smaller because it's more clear that it is smaller. Now, how do you do this? I frickin' love reading, so please try that. The Good Enough Job and Master of Change were two for me recently that were really powerful. You're gonna dive into new things. If that's AI, if that's taking Airbnb experiences, anything new, something to like get your brain moving. You're gonna invest in your friendships. Talk to people here today. There's a lot of folks that are based in the same areas. Connect. There is nothing better than connecting with each other. Mark Zuckerberg's about to try and make a bunch of money off of getting you to talk to an AI agent instead. Don't do it. Make friends with the people. You're both in adorable outfits that like play off of each other. Become best friends. And finally, if you're able to travel, it's one of the best things we can do according to the literature. This doesn't actually mean hopping on a plane somewhere else, though, hey, head to Kenya. It was one of the coolest places I've ever been. But go try new restaurants, go try new things, just expose yourself to novelty. At the end of all of this, life is the product. Life, not product, is the end goal. Right? One of the things I heard that I think was perhaps most alarming from a lot of the most senior people I talked to is really what happens when we care too much. It's pretty scary. We want to make sure we get so far from that and so empowered away from that that we feel really good. And finally, your care is a resource. Use it judiciously. Thank you.
Zoe, that was wonderful. Really clear, refreshing at the same time.
Thank you.
We have questions, so feel free to raise your hand and we will find you with the mic. All right, we're gonna head over here first and we will come back to you.
Hi, Zoe.
Hi,
Thank you
Sabrina.
for this talk. Always learning from you, and this was, a great example of that. Love the quadrant. Want to do more high care, high control. What's an example of what that looks like, and what happens when it doesn't align with business needs?
Yeah.
How do you take that into consideration?
Totally. So I think one of the big things here you'll end up noticing is truly you have so much going on across your product spaces that there is almost always an opportunity to influence. Often the trap we get stuck in, and Corey kind of mentioned this earlier, is they've already decided what to do. That means you have low control, right? You're doing iterative research on something they've already settled. Give them another way to do it. Give them Riley or Susie or whoever else is in this room, but let yourself step away with the democratization. Let yourself step away with the AI. You actually have a lot of control in that when you're going, the risk here is really low and controlled, and I can give them those next steps, and it's gonna give me this other freedom. Now, Brad had gotten a question before of how do you kind of think about these bigger projects in that space? It's going to inherently give you that space to do that, and you're just gonna be the one that starts to bring it up, right? I see the business goal, because we've aligned, is chocolate bar. I know you don't see the connection to this right now, but here's where that connection is. Here's that future opportunity. Here's how it ties these things together. It becomes a lot about narrative and storytelling. Yeah.
That's great. Next question.
Hi there, good morning. I'm Anna Mary, and I love this talk. I had to learn quite a bit in similar circles of just care less. I'm kind of curious, because this is a tough scenario, and you can say no if it hasn't happened to you, but have you ever been in a situation where you're under low control, high care, and the care is due to users potentially getting, or some users, some subset of users, or even non-users might get into trouble, or ethically kind of gray things where it is, the care from, there might be users that might get hurt, or incredibly disadvantaged, or any of that gray area stuff. And what did you do in that very difficult situation where you're right, low control, but high care, because there might be something ethically involved?
Totally. So I have been in these situations. I actually work in privacy and security, so it's kind of constantly top of mind. Luckily work with a really stellar group of people. But in a previous position, I was actually in a role where we were using facial recognition technology as a means to gain access to another product. And we were told by the company that we were contracting out with, don't you worry, it's got an 85% success rate. Nice, okay, not bad. Well, where's that 15%, right? What is it failing on? By the way, it's people of color. We're pretty good with white people, and that's it. And then that becomes actually an unacceptable risk, right? Because we're actually segregating our users. We're creating a worse experience for this specific group, and that is not okay. Now, business-wise, there was a strong need of like, but we want to launch this now. You might not have as much control within your own team. Those are the times to bring in other resources. Go to your legal team. They will shut that shit down so fast, right? Bring in those other resources. Control the pieces that you can. Again, you can't control the business outcome. You can't get in that. And that's where researchers, we have this tendency to be like, this is so insane. Of course you're going to do the right thing. But it's not, because to them, there's these other pieces they're building towards. So think about whose goals you are aligned with, whose control you would have, and step into that as much as possible. The other thing really is those metrics. If truly you can't make that change, think about ways to measure it so it becomes clearer, especially with these kind of intangible things. Are people sticking around? Are we creating inequalities in our product? How do you know that is happening? And then bring it up in a month and say, see, it is happening. We're going to have this conversation again when you have more control because you have more of that data. So it's definitely when you want, it's for online, it was like, will that make enemies going to legal? That's up to you for what that's important. In this case, for me, it was totally worth it. And actually, once they heard it, they were like, ugh, you're right. Actually, I used to work in PR. What we think of this looked at the front page of the New York Times. That usually gets people to back down on their own. It's a pretty easy one. But ideally, you're in this relationship, again, where, with that script. I'm missing something here. I see this as a huge risk. Do you not? And you'll get more of their understanding and come back around.
Yeah. I think we have time for one more question. I think there's one over on this side, at the back over there. Thanks.
Hi, Zoe. Excellent talk. Thank you so much. My name is Annabelle. I wanted to ask a little bit about your steps for dealing with, maybe you've aligned with stakeholders, maybe you've talked to them throughout the process, and then you're in this spot, you've gotten to a high care point, and you get told, no, we can't do anything about that. What are your first steps? How do you follow up? Can you dive a little bit more into that?
Yeah. So this happens a lot, and I think especially, I work in a very engineering-heavy piece right now, so the feedback will be like, well, but it's really hard to do. To which I'm like, you make so much money, figure it out. You can't say that part aloud, at least to the engineers. But it is having that, like, put your research hat back on. Why? Why can't we do it? Well, how do you think it tracks without this? Like, put that genuine curiosity. And sometimes what you're going to end up noticing, because look, people are not great communicators. The most books that I read are on like better communication, and the better you get at it, the more annoyed you're going to be with everybody else who's not very good at it. But just keep pushing that. Hey, what's going on here? What am I missing? Where is this coming from? And usually, you're going to get a pretty good answer eventually. Even if you don't agree with it, you're going to understand it. And like, let's be real, as researchers, what drives us the most nuts is when we don't understand why this crazy thing is happening. And then again, lean back into those metrics. Make sure you have a way, and think through, like, grab your design partner. How do we know this isn't working, right? When we think about kids' success in school, it's not just grades. We're thinking about how many days a week that they're actually showing up, how many sick days are they taking, how often are they going to the office, these other things. Think about what those counter metrics might be so that you can bring it around, even if you can't bring it around right now. But lean on those relationships.
Fantastic. Well, Zoe, this has been brilliant. Thank you so much for that talk. Wonderful.
Thank you so much.
Alrighty. Well,
we're on a break.
We're going to take a break.
Amazing.
Going to be able to like digest what you said and what Brad said. Come ask questions, and we'll be back here online as well, 10:45. So speak to some people, grab some coffee.
Make some friends.
Make some friends. Thank you all.
Thank you.
In a work world that's more disconnected and remote, how do we, as researchers, build trust? How do we get our partners to understand that our research can help teams reach new heights? Well, we know it's not through PDFs and presentations. Even the most thorough research isn't enough to build that trusted connection, to get you a seat at the table. What builds connections is stories, experiences, and feelings. Feelings you really get when you're there. When your stakeholders see you uncover a great insight live, they see the magic of research, and they see you. Because when it comes to research, seeing is believing. Turn research skeptics into research champions with Lookback.
User interviews is the fastest and easiest way to recruit participants for research. We're known for fast matching, a high-quality audience, and a simple workflow that researchers love. Start for free at userinterviews.com.
Join a global industry of researchers, designers, and product managers who use Maze to get insights at the speed of product development.
All right, good people, especially those of you outside. I'm going to get you to start making your way back, hop into your seats, wrap up those sponsor combos, because we're about to get going in the next minute or so. Folks, I'm going to get you to grab a seat, wrap up some conversations, because we have some great sessions about to begin. Maybe I need a whistle. All right, everyone, let's wrap it up. Let's wrap it up and get to your seats, please. I can see people walking slowly, ending conversations. And sponsors, if you have someone talking to you, just kick him away. Just wrap it up. You can close the deal later on. All right. Get back in your seat. All right, people. I would love to know who here did not check Slack in the last 2 hours? Anyone not check Slack? I need to give a shout out. Some people over here. All of you check Slack? I need to be more of a conference bully. Okay. All right. I know I can sort of hear the conversation is dying down a little bit. I need the teacher tactics. What's the teacher tactic? Round of applause? Yes. All right. I'm going to follow that cue. If you can hear my voice, clap once. If you can hear my voice, clap twice. Shout out. We're going to kick off the next couple of sessions. It's already been a great day. It's going to be an even better one, because we're going to learn a little bit about how to take research out of this home that it inhabits, which tends to be a product sort of home. And so I'm really pleased to bring to the stage Abby, who's going to talk about solar-powered research today. Please welcome Abby.
Hey. Thank you. Great vibes here today. Thank you to the DJs. Yeah. How's everybody doing? Yes, yes. That's awesome. That's awesome. So my name is Abby Hoy-Balin, and it's great to be here with you. A couple things about me. I love dance cardio, so I definitely see a theme here around dance. And I also enjoy watching chiropractor videos. I know it's weird. It's weird. It's the ASMR for me. Anyway, okay, so now you know a bit about me. I'm the director of user research at a company called Later, and it's a influencer management tool that connects influencers and brands together to power social campaigns. So some people might call it the dating equivalent of matching people on a social campaign level. Okay, and then it also helps businesses manage and schedule social media. So I'm here to talk to you about solar-powered research. And what does that mean? One of our biggest growth opportunities is providing research to help an entire organization. And today I get to share with you an approach that's worked for me and should hopefully work for you too. everyone here is familiar with solar power, right? And basically, the closer to the sun you are, the more power that you get. And I'm going to use this metaphor that the sun represents money, and you are the plants, okay? And just like how plants, leaves, flowers, trees, they all grow with the sun, you're also going to grow and expand your surface area and coverage. And then all this to say that the closer to the money that you get, the more success you'll have to craft a practice that will drive revenue. And perhaps some of you might be thinking, I might feel some reservations about getting close to the money, but I want to encourage you, it's okay. Just keep an open mind. I think it's a great way to evolve the practice. So today we're going to dig into the how to get closer, what this looks like, and I'll show you that when it happens, research can become an unbelievable partner to the organization. And at this very moment, we are actually being proactively courted to join projects across the company. So I'm going to show you some of the trends that we've been seeing for our team. Okay, so this is where I get to put the money where my mouth is. Here's a graph of our projects for the past year in 2024 and the first quarter of 2025. And in blue are our product projects. In green are the projects that we're doing through our revenue teams, and by revenue teams, I'm talking about sales, customer access, and we have an internal agency as well for managed services. And then pink is marketing. What's interesting about this graph is that we're seeing that downward trend for product projects, and this could be tied to a particular stage that the product is at. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. It shows a maturing product and a decreasing need for very UX-heavy work. And a decrease in product requests is also a reflection of a maturing relationship that we have, that research has with product, right? And we're focusing a lot more on understanding things at a strategic level that informs future roadmaps. In terms of the work that we're doing for the revenue teams in the green, so we saw some really big quarterly shifts in 2024. In Q1 and Q2, we started doing a handful of work that was targeting sales deals and renewals, and that created this huge appetite in Q3. So you see that jump from 18% to 57%, about quadrupled the number of requests there. And so that was really clear that there was this business need, a really strong business need, to enhance our sales conversations with these bespoke insights that research was providing. And then for marketing, there's also been a steady flow of projects that still increases this year. And I want to say that while servicing other teams is not a magic bullet for job security, but it does make you more resilient to change. And we all know that the scale of change keeps on growing, and it keeps on changing. Change changes. So let me paint a pathway for you to have more resilience. Okay. Let me give you a bit of background to set the stage first, and then walk through some of the factors that led to our growth. Okay, so here's a snapshot of the journey we took and how we diversified over time. 2018, I joined as the first researcher, and research was born. And then it was very UX focused. I was doing all the usability testing. I was running the betas, and briefly even doing UX writing. Eventually, that UX work evolved into product strategy research. And then throughout this time, and including today, the social media scheduling tool of our product was based on a product-led growth strategy. And what really changed for our team was in 2022, and later was acquired. And at that point, there was a shift from being a product-led growth company to a sales-led growth company. And then that was because of the incorporation of an enterprise management influencer management tool. And so then we also had to shift. Now we're not looking at SMBs anymore. Now we're looking at enterprise customers. So there was a lot of change for us. There was this expansion of scope and strategy. It brought in a lot of new people, a lot of new departments into the mix. And one of the first areas outside of product that we worked on was to experiment with innovation and next frontier initiatives. 2 years after the acquisition was when we started doing work for the revenue teams, which I showed you in the previous slide. And then that takes us to today. So now we're doing product strategy research, market research, and research for revenue generating initiatives. Okay, so in terms of how we're structured as a team, we operate on using a mixture of an embedded service model where each researcher supports multiple product features, and then also an agency model where each researcher will support other areas based on demand. And as much as I love product, I knew that diversification was key to growing research. Shout out to Zoe. Just like how you'd run a business or your investments, diversifying would provide you with multiple income streams and then prevent you from putting all of your eggs into one basket. I did want to give a quick nod to where I first got hooked onto the phrase getting close to the money. And it was in 2023, it was at a learners event. And what I got out of that was really an extension of what I was already thinking around diversification. So when Roy said, you got to get close to the money, it was like an unlock for me. And it's really been my mantra ever since. Okay. So we've covered my journey with growing research, along with which areas in the company can benefit, and the importance of diversification and not putting all of your eggs into one basket. So let me paint a path for you to get there too. I'm going to cover 4 different points. Okay, first and most important points. Find teams with external visible output, because with these teams, proprietary data will be your differentiator. And so what do I mean about external visible output? I'm talking about teams that have external audiences that consume their content. And so for us, this was marketing and sales. Their external audiences are the consumers, the brands, the influencers. And why is this important? These teams all value differentiation. It sets a company apart from the competition. And this differentiation will come from that unique, bespoke research that you provide. So you can look into different areas of the company, see how you can enhance and then provide that value, and then ask, will your output differentiate you from the competitors? So again, this is the most important point. If you walk away from anything else from this presentation, please remember that. I am going to dig into more. So in sales and marketing, there's something known as a conversion funnel. It illustrates the steps that one goes through from being aware of a product or service all the way to purchasing it. And at a high level, this is a journey, and these are the stages. You start off at the top of the funnel with awareness and consideration, and these stages are focused on attracting and informing. So think about it when you hear about a product for the first time. What made you aware of it? What made you consider it? And then while the bottom of the funnel, we have conversion and loyalty, which is focused on converting to a purchase and keeping them engaged. So I want to first focus on awareness and consideration, because this is where our research for the marketing function sits. Marketing is in the business of thought leadership, and actually so are all of you. One of the best ways to achieve that is through proprietary data. The reports that we partner with marketing is unique to our pool of creators, and here are some of the examples. We have the creator rates report, and that talks about creator compensation. Done reports on creator mental health, and more recently, we worked with marketing to supplement a blog article that talks about what the TikTok ban meant to creators. Spoiler alert, creators were not impressed. They're very concerned about the potential loss of income. They're also concerned about the loss of creativity and community too. So this type of research is going to have a direct tie-in to lead generation. And that's one thing you can measure. Other metrics might include report downloads, SEO keyword rankings, qualified leads, page views, and more. And these are metrics that your marketing team will be collecting anyway, and so it can also be shared with you. When I reflect back a couple years into 2023, we'd maybe have 2, maybe 3 reports with marketing on an as-needed basis. Now we've mapped out key tentpole projects for marketing for the entire year. Ultimately, the impact of our research resulted in a shift from them seeing us as an experimental partner to now being a key always-on partner. Okay, so now going back to the funnel, I want to focus on the bottom area of converting to a sale, and this is where our research for the revenue teams come into play. Why is this important? Again, it goes back to proprietary data and how that's your differentiator. When we can provide insights that teams can't get anywhere else, then it separates us from the competitors and we show up as knowledge leaders in the space, which gives our customers and prospects more confidence in choosing us. So here's some examples of the work that we've done for the revenue teams. Okay, a primary method that we use are surveys to help with the sales and revenue teams when they close deals. So including research insights into these sales pitches show our investment into their business. So we'll typically ask questions around creator, consumer motivations, their online habits, what they value, and this output ultimately feeds into a larger sales narrative. And why we're best positioned to service them. And let me tell you that when you get to see your research into an actual sales pitch deck, it's really, really powerful because it gets you so close to the money, so close to that deal. For metrics, you might want to measure ACV, which is annual contract value, or TCV, total contract value. We look at both. And you might also, and this is not something I included in this slide, but you also might want to track the impact of your insights and where that data was used. So often, if you do something for one industry, it's going to be applicable to many businesses within that same industry. So it might be applicable to multiple sales deals, sales pitches. So to give you an idea of that impact, when looking back of Q3 and Q4 of last year, we worked on about 10 revenue projects that included new sales, renewals, the purchase of additional services, and that had collective TCV of over $1.9 million. And that's a great data point to share with senior leaders when you're talking about the impact of research. So now research is really part of that winning formula for strategy and sales when it comes to putting together sales pitches. I want to show you another example. And this slide was taken straight out of a deck that we did on behalf of the strategy team. And it was for a major US airline back in August 2024. That's when we did the research. And the structure of this pretty much followed the previous slide to a T, so that outline. And we surveyed creators on the topic of assigned seating policy of that major US airline. And although we didn't actually win any additional sales from that piece of work at the time, the research was reused in multiple areas of sales and customer success, and it also informed how to better work with creators because now we could understand their travel patterns. And finally, it was actually the first push of many that eventually opened the doors to a deal that was worth over $1 million. That deal was closed. It was great because it brought us back into this nice loop where the very first campaign that US airline wanted to do was on that topic of assigned seating. So from start to finish, the deal closed 7 months after our initial research. But it's a great example of investing in the payoff. Okay. The previous step naturally leads into this one, flexing your skill set and to stretch and lean into quantitative methods initially. Initially, at least. So why quantitative over qual? And notice I said initially. I want to make it clear there's always a place for qual, always, always, always. But when you're having these conversations, when these teams have these conversations and they communicate with the customers and the prospects, having data-driven conversations can be super convincing. You know, when I say that nano influencers and micro influencers have the highest engagement to a company who has no idea how to do their campaign strategy, and they'll be like, okay, I'm going to put my money there, right? And then if they're wondering, how often should I be working with creators? Should I just have them once or have an ongoing relationship? Well, I can say that 70% of brands want to have an ongoing relationship with their creators. And then also 74% of creators want to have a long-term relationship with these brands. So altogether, when we have that data shows that we can leverage and inform, and we can use that to help the customer make key decisions, especially around whether or not to spend their money with us. So I would use quantitative to shape the story as a base here, and then layer on the qualitative, which can come in the form of quotes. We've typically included open-ended questions within our surveys. And after you've done at least one of these projects, then you can layer on more discovery research. I also know that qualitative can work first and then quant. Sometimes the sales teams might have these really burning questions that can be best answered through qualitative means. And that's great. I'm just sharing with you what's worked for us. Okay, other ways you're going to have to flex. You're going to have to be nimble. No surprise here. We're all being asked to do more with less. I get it. So we're a team of 5, and we've definitely had to stretch and see how to combine resources and requests, especially across so many areas. I also want to say that indicative is okay, and specifically more for sales, because often research is one input out of many, right? And just know that your work is there to support a larger narrative. You can also complement proprietary with secondary data. Remember to practice that. So we've been digging a lot more into Perplexity and then using third-party databases like Statista. The third is to forge key partnerships. Deeper research is powered by data, competitive intelligence, and senior leadership support. So who here has already worked with the data teams? Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's right. That's awesome. I'm actually not going to touch on that at all. And it's because I know that as a collective research practice, we know to do this. But I would like to tell you a couple of stories around competitive intelligence and getting support from senior leadership. So at Later, we're actually really fortunate to have one competitive intelligence manager who sits in the product marketing function. Hey, Matt Powell. CI is as much a part of our research team as our researchers, because not only does CI look at competitors, the team also looks at the broader landscape. So our teams meet on a regular basis to talk about what's in our pipeline, and then CI would often supplement that with their competitive insights. So an example of how we've worked together is through Voice of the Market presentations, where we'd both present to our executives around what's happening at different horizons. And that would include current product feature investments, and then at the 6 to 12-month horizon, and then beyond. So we would provide these research findings to reinforce the horizons, and then CI would immediately follow by providing the latest outlook on what our competitors are doing and what could be happening tomorrow. And what's great about this is that it gives a really nice holistic view about what's happening in the market. Okay, so that's kind of a segue into the senior leadership support. So I'm also fortunate to have one of the co-founders as my boss. Hey, Sean. And who can help navigate and advise which areas to expand to, as well as market our services internally so that we have that initial backlog. I want to tell you a story about earlier this year in February. The company held this internal leadership summit. And we were in the same room as the C-suite folks, and there were probably at least 50 other senior leaders in the room. Unprompted, research was endorsed by the chief strategy officer, the chief customer officer, the chief revenue officer, even the chief people officer. And it was this, whoa, really powerful moment. It was just like, oh my gosh. And it was like this cornerstone moment. And we were largely recognized due to the work we were doing on the revenue teams, actually. But it would have been pretty hard to get there if I didn't get the guidance. So, which begs the question, what if you don't have inroads with the SLT yet? I would say first start doing the research anyway. Do the work, right? And just reach out to those experts and ICs on the ground to build that set of case studies. And maybe it's about talking to the salesperson, and maybe it's talking to the marketing content writer, right? And then once you have a set of case studies, then you run those examples with their leaders. So if you can make their leader more knowledgeable about the customer, it empowers them, and in turn makes them a champion of your work. Okay, so fourth and last point is to be proactive and preemptive. What if you anticipated a need before it was known? What if you gave something valuable that was never asked for? To grow the way that we've had to be really proactive about what we do, but also know the gaps that we could fill in. So I'm going to walk you through a key example for us. And for that key example, it's this consumer research work. I know it's a really busy slide. I just got really excited, and I just slapped on a bunch of stuff, and I was like, oh my gosh. But there actually was no stakeholder ask for this, but it easily became one of the most influential pieces of work that our team had done. We had seen a gap internally, and there was little documented primary research on how consumers interacted with the creator economy. So we went ahead to try to figure that out ourselves. And the purpose was to uncover how social media impacts the relationship between the consumer and the brand. And the insights range from understanding how social media influences purchase behavior and trust, all the way to attitudes towards the use of generative AI. So since conducting this early last year, consumer research has become a part of the company's lexicon, with the data being cited on our marketing blog, references in sales pitch decks, and customer business reviews, as well as being used for internal education purposes. So it's now a tentpole piece of work that is recurring on an annual basis. Okay, so let's get you going solar. Remember that proprietary data is going to be the key differentiator for teams that create external output, flex your quantitative skill set, forge key partnerships with competitive intelligence, data, and senior leadership, and be proactive and preemptive. So if you can follow these tactics, you're going to make inroads to being closer to the money within the company and be in a position to drive profit. But Abby, what about the clouds? You know, I'm going to thank my buddy Brian Keel, he's a fellow researcher, for asking me this question. So dealing with clouds, you know, this can come in the form of self-doubt. Maybe you're getting criticism from other areas saying, hey, research does not belong here. And I want to say that as most clouds do in real life, it's going to dissipate and evaporate after a time, because your work is going to show for itself. It's going to show that you've added value. Because I didn't get here overnight. From the point of trying something outside of product to where we are today has taken me 3 years, and it's required a significant navigation, but it has all been possible. So how much closer can we get to the money? Because we're actually not done yet. And what's closer than having research become an actual line item in the balance sheet? So today we're actually working with our sales and strategy teams on the possibility of selling that same proprietary research that we've been providing internally, now externally, to prospects. And it's a proof of concept, but if successful, it's going to be the most direct contribution to revenue we've ever been a part of. So I'm going to end with a call of action for you, and I want you to start a conversation with a team that has visible output. Then choose one project. It doesn't have to be big. Our very first project was actually more of an afterthought, and it was because another team had asked us a few questions, and we happened to be running a survey at the same time. And we're like, oh yeah, we'll add those questions in. Little did we know that it was going to be the beginning of a very, very fruitful relationship. And so I want to say, just choose one simple project to start. And then once you've done that, just sit back and then see what magic can happen. Thank you.
That was wonderful. We're going to grab a seat here and do some questions. I'll start off with one of my own, and then we'll probably have one from the crew here before we move to the next session. I'm interested to hear whether you had pushback from your team and what type of pushback you had. Because I think many of us who do research, I know we talked about being close to the money those years ago, and it's maybe not something that folks are accustomed to or even want to be doing. Did you get any pushback from the team? And what was that? How do you deal with that?
Yeah, I mean, hey team. They were great. I really gotta say that they were fantastic. I think that they understood that there was a need for change, but at the same time, there was a lot of concern about, can we do this? What is sustainable? And I think that's been the ongoing question for us. Like, what is sustainable? How much is too much? Where do we have to push back? Because for us, the goal really was to elevate research to get it closer to the money, to make that really visible, that line, that tie-in, that relationship. And so that meant that, oh, are we going to have to drop something else? right, that could feel important, right? And so it does take a bit of a balancing act on trying to prioritize which ones do you know will actually make it to the finish line when it comes to the money, and what won't. But yes, I think sustainability is going to be one of those key challenges for teams.
We have time for at least one question. If it's short, or maybe two. So feel free to put up your hand. There's one right over there. By the way, if you're in the chat, we didn't have any questions yet. Maybe for the next session, feel free to ask questions. We'd love to get some questions from online.
Hello. Hi. My name's Ibrahim. And one line that you said that really resonated with me was, giving data or information that they can't find anywhere else. I work on an ad-supported platform or product, and so I have a sales team, but I find a lot of times they're going to the market research team. Is there, a hard line or a blurry line, or what does that line look like that UXR can give that a market research team can't, that makes us unique and valuable?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. For us, we actually don't have a market research team. And then so we've aligned ourselves really close to content marketing. And I kind of wonder, what other pools of data that you have access to that the market research team doesn't, right? And I also think that it could be something that you ideate and brainstorm with the marketing team on, that they can release things that aren't necessarily so closely tied to marketing, but maybe closer tied to product, right? Wouldn't it be interesting to release something or have a thought leadership piece out that has to do with how people interact with your product, right? And we talk so much about ease of use. I think that can really resonate with people as well.
That's great. We have time for one more. One over here. Oh, there's our volunteer gone. I'll run my mic to you. Let's go.
Hello, my name is Chen, and I have a question about so there's a project like that actually lasts 7 months, and then one thing I noticed is when a research lasts that long, it's actually hard to track the success metric because there's so many teams involved. So how do you actually pull it off?
Yeah, so once we've done the piece of research, so that actually did not last the research did not last 7 months. It just took 7 months to close the deal, right? So typically that piece of research took, a couple weeks to fulfill. And then once that's done, we track things on a spreadsheet, right? And then when we track impact, once we know that the deal has been closed, then that's updated in the spreadsheet and go, that impact, what was the TCV of that deal? Bam. So that's what we do. So a lot of it is lagging. So for when you work with the revenue teams, a lot of those indicators are going to be lagging ones. It will happen way after. So you just actually have to be really diligent in following up and tracking that impact.
It's incredible to hear the journey your team has taken. I want to thank Abby for that great talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. We just keep them coming. Keep them coming. And I'll remind you as your conference bully, Slack, Teams, let's keep it to the side. Well, a picture is worth 1,000 words, but researchers, we like words, right? It doesn't have to be that way. Today, Vicky's gonna help us visualize new methods. Let's welcome Vicky to the stage.
Hello, San Francisco. When I say re, you say search. Re. Search. Re. Search. This is my Coachella, so I'm going to treat it like it. I'll expect my check in the mail, Alec. But anyway, I'm here to talk to you to hopefully try to find that core of humanity and what we love about it that motivated a lot of us to become researchers in the first place. So before I really dig into it, just want to quickly say hi. My name is Vicky Ziemer. I'm a lead researcher at Salesforce. I focus on AI monetization, and I've been working in UX research focused on AI for about 9 years now. So I love AI. I've really been an early adopter of trying to bring it into my research practice. And through that process, it's given me a lot of thoughts. And so before I share some of those thoughts, I want to ask you all to think about your own experiences. Why did you become a user researcher? Was it that you love talking to people? Was it was the most human feeling part of tech? Was it that you're a natural empath? What about it? I want you to hold on to that reason for being that got you into this career. So speaking for myself, I just love connecting with people, but most of all, I love building things for people with people. Whether that was becoming an architect, an industrial designer, or a graphic designer, I always knew I wanted to make something with people for people. So it's been so great to see how AI has been able to help us in our research process, do a lot of things in our craft faster. As I mentioned, I've been an early adopter of some of these tools, and honestly, it's saved me months on some research projects, and I'm super, super grateful. But also, on the other side of the pendulum, once I got my prompts so good, I kind of felt like a copy and paste robot at a certain point. And I was like, whoa, things are happening so quickly. And is this actually the career I want after all, if I'm just going to be organizing and being air traffic control for prompts and agents to execute this research? I really want to stay connected to people as we make everything else faster. So my call to action for you all through this talk is to think about how do we bring our users closer to us, given the speed that we're given with AI. Let's offload all the tedious stuff and use that time to then get closer and even more stronger connections with our users. So get creative here. This isn't a life or death matter we're up against, but it's up to us to decide what the future of this industry looks like. The future is what we make of it. And we do have a chance to significantly shape how we continue to tell these stories of our customers, how we continue to engage them, that customer experience we're able to bring into our studies. So let's be purposeful when we're engaging with people. It's our chance to reclaim our purpose, to champion the raw power of human creativity, and to facilitate our users to express themselves in new, profound ways that maybe when we were doing some of that tedious stuff became an afterthought. So let's think about how we can use creative methods to unlock irreplaceable sparks that every single person we talk to has. And we want to think about creating insights that don't just inform, but really ignite everything else around us. So a lot of us in our jobs, we spend countless hours listening to these really beautiful, rich stories from people. I've worked in B2B for a while, and even just hearing about the frustration people have with API calls, you can still see how much of somebody's time that they're awake is spent working. And by making their jobs easier, we can make their lives better too. So no matter your context, we're thinking about the dynamic experiences of humans in this world. So sometimes it feels like we're trying to capture these unique, nuanced stories, and we end up reducing them to flat words and icons. I've been guilty of a lot of iconography, but taking that cartoon image and being like, people are sad when they have to ask for help, sometimes is shortchanging not just our users, but also ourselves and the creativity we have as people in this field. So I want to ask you to challenge the status quo of how we're doing research, how we're interacting with people, so we can empower our users to show us how they're feeling instead of just telling us. So with that in mind, there's something I call user-led visualizations, and these are visual depictions of processes, mental models, or other situations that are created by our participants, but facilitated by us as researchers. So this kind of research isn't just impactful. I found that it's really essential for business growth. It's able to help show us problems that maybe we didn't expect to find, and maybe would have gone unsaid during a conversation, because people, I don't know if you know this, they like to tell you what they think you want to hear. And sometimes when you ask them to actually show you something or write down a process, there's little bits of details that might have not come up in that conversation. It also unlocks interesting opportunities for innovation by, like I said, finding these points that maybe somebody didn't see as important. It also, what I found is through some of these visual tools, it gives us a language to see how our customers are thinking about these things. And that's really helpful not only for product development, but for marketing, for sales, for just your business space to understand better really what's that point of view. Finally, I don't know about you, but by like the 15th time I'm moderating a session with the same discussion guide, it gets a little boring sometimes. And so really thinking creatively about how do we use that time together so it's way more fun for me as a researcher, but even more importantly, fun for our participants to be involved too. I always want our participants to leave a session in a better mood than when they came out of. And depending on the topic, that can be really hard. So today I'm going to be giving you 2 immediately applicable methods. They're 2 of my favorite ones. And I'll be showing you step-by-step processes for how you can actually execute studies like this. My goal is that if you have a study running next week, that you could quickly pivot and maybe try one of these, or maybe even think about your own way to have users be more visual as part of your research process. Why I think you should really do this? It's really about trying to move beyond text summaries and trying to get more from their point of view. With user-created collages, it's so much easier for them to say how they felt in a situation via graphic depictions, memes, sometimes, than it could be for them to say. And mind maps also really give us a blueprint to think about how our user's brain works. So these approaches can capture emotional resonance and a context in a way that conversations sometimes can't. And it's important to remember that our job is not just to transcribe and summarize what happened in these interview sessions. It's more to be interpreters and storytellers. Let AI do all the transcription and the summarization. It's good at that. So before I move on, kind of talking about co-creating in sessions, have any of you, with a show of hands, have any of you used some user creation methods? Cool, awesome, my kind of people. You want to shout out some of them, what you've done? Ooh, emoji journey maps, love it. Anyone else? Participatory design. Relationship pipeline. Cool, having users draw out how they visualize. Exactly. So this is kind of what we're talking about here. So why are tools like collages, mind maps, and all the examples that y'all have brought up really valuable, sometimes more so than just a conversation? Well, it's really good at provoking deeper conversation. Creating a visualization together isn't about getting out of it and having this nice picture. It's really a catalyst for a richer dialogue. You can ask, hey, why did you choose this image? Or I noticed you paused when I asked you this to do this. Tell me more. You can see they're thinking in real time as they're executing something, or after you can use it as a reflection tool. It also facilitates vulnerability. Sometimes, depending on what you're talking about, they can be really sensitive topics, and just putting into words how you felt in something can be really scary, especially to a stranger that you haven't met before who just added something to your calendar and you opened a Zoom link. So creating something visual, like I said, showing a meme or some other cartoons or even emojis, can be a good way into those conversations. And finally, it's a good way to amplify users' voices because it provides a direct, tangible output into a user's perspective. We're seeing the interpretations, the connections in their own visual language. This adds a layer to our studies that we often don't get. So when should you really use these methods? I like to think of it in the middle of these 3 circles that I'm not going to go into too much, but generative research when you're trying to figure out what you don't know, attitudinal research when you're trying to find those feelings, those nuances, those attitudes, and then qual research when you're really looking for those rich stories and the why behind. It's not great for when you need to do a market sizing experience. It's not good for when you need that quantitative giant sample, although you can do some of this unmoderated at scale, but talk to me later about that. It's a lot, but possible. And if you have a super tight deadline, maybe think about what else is in your arsenal. So let's dig into it. We'll start with collage. And I'm sure a lot of you have done collage either for fun or in school, but let's think about what this would look like in a user research context. So let's take the stock image of somebody holding up a key. What do we unlock? So from our users, this collage gives a tool for our users to really think about those feelings that they have. And one of my favorite psychological concepts is embodied cognition, and that's the idea that we're able to communicate how we're feeling as it relates to how we experience the physical world. Think about saying, my heart feels so full, or I feel so down. That's really kind of an example of, sometimes it's easy for us to externalize our feelings rather than this nebulous feelings that live inside of us. So Collage gives a tool for our users to show how they're feeling based on images, memes, text from the world around them, so they can capture those inputs and give us this unmatched clarity and understanding. What do you get out of doing something like Collage? Well, besides a lot of ahas, it's a crystal clear artifact. It's a map of their brain. It helps you better prioritize as a business. It also helps you figure out your strategy a little stronger. What are those opportunities, as Brad was saying? And they're really impactful as well. So when you start about actually planning a study for Collage, there's a few things that I would suggest you do. One, you really want to outline what are your learning goals around the study. We do that for everything. But in this, specifically think about, is there an event or an experience, a moment in time, or like I said, a singular experience you're looking to explore? If you just say, hey, in general, your whole life, how did that feel? That's gonna be a lot harder to make a collage than, hey, tell me about the first time you had to, what's something really scary? Shout it out, I don't know. Yeah, the first time you spoke on a stage, what did it feel like? Then you can go back into that moment and access, okay, I'm thinking about that specific moment. So zero in on a specific event you're looking to explore. Thank you. Then you're gonna want to imagine, what kind of images might somebody want to use to describe this? So are they gonna want concrete objects to show what this is like? So do you want to have physical objects, places, actions, emojis, or something more subjective? Are they going to want to be showing feelings, positive, negative, actions in that way? Or I guess actions is concrete, but once you figure out, hey, what does somebody might want to use for this, you'll want to think about what tools do we want to give them to create these collages. So these are 3 different ways I like to think about it. Do I want to create pre-made assets here? So sometimes with this, I'll create a Google deck and I'll have one slide that's just like 20 different objects. And then I'll ask them to curate based on that their own slide. So copy and paste as many as they want. Or you could think of it as like paper dolls. You give them a lot of the different outfits and they can put them together. You can also have something a little more open-ended where you give them a Figma board or a Google slide again, and you say, go to Google Images, find whatever images you want, and copy and paste them on here. You can also do something physical too, and this is great if you're moderating a workshop in person or something, have a ton of stuff on the table, and let people cut it out and put it together themselves. The most important thing, once you've figured out all these aspects, is that you really want to pressure test this. So have 1 or 2 people on your team follow your prompts and see what they come up with. Throughout both of these methods, what I really want to encourage you to think about with your methodology is, when I give these instructions, do I get the type of output I'm looking for from my users? This is going to become really important with the mind maps as well, but people can interpret things very differently. So make sure you try it with a few different people so that you get what you're looking for. So let's imagine a sample study where I'm trying to figure out how people on my team feel about using AI tools in their work processes. So to kick it off, I'll give people a blank Google slide, and I'll ask them this question and say, okay, you have 5 minutes, get whatever you want. I'm gonna let you be, turn on some of that music on Figma, and we'll come back and chat about it. This is a real life example that I got back from one of my participants for this question. And as you can see from this, like, they really went all over the place in the most beautiful way. We have some old movie references. We have the Raven meme of her chewing nervously, the fingers crossed. We also have some optimismus with this Dancing Queen cartoon too. You can see like the complexity of emotions here. Here's some more examples when I ran this with some other people too. You could see like, you get all sorts of different stuff, and the world is their oyster. So once you've done this, you've had the people create the collage, now the real conversation happens of, hey, you know, I haven't seen Animorphs in 15 years. Why do you feel like an Animorph? Could you tell me more there? Or the people holding hands, like, what does that mean to you? Use this as a starting off point. The monkey one, as you can see, I really relate to all the different outputs, being scary bananas when I'm really just looking for a banana sometimes. So just have conversations around how these came to be and what it means. Once you have all these, how do you actually synthesize something like this? Because this isn't just like post-it notes, let's make affinity mapping and call it a day. I really suggest that you try to find common patterns and themes in the image choices. Analyze different parts of emotional expression. Across all the images, are there dominant themes that really jump out for you? I found in my experience after 8 to 10 of these maps, depending on the complexity of the study, but 8 to 10 is a pretty good number, it becomes pretty clear. Now, when it comes to sharing back what you found, the most important thing is, like, don't just let these artifacts you're creating dissolve into the background as you create your report. You can create user profiles where for each collage, you're using that as a basis point to deep dive into a real life person. You can zoom out and say, here's a theme, here's what it looks like, and then show participant examples. Or you can even call out from your research, here are the needs, here's what we need to change in the product, and here's the scary memes that people are pulling when they're having to do this without what I'm suggesting. Like, if we don't do this, there's gonna be a lot more like Jerry falling onto a pillow exhausted. So before I move on to the next one, I wanted to do a really bad joke about mind maps. What do you call a really good research readout based on mind maps? Like, you're showing off your mind maps, it went really well, everyone's like, oh my gosh, and then somebody stands up and says this word to you. Any guesses? That was mind-blowing, yes, that was a mind-blowing presentation. There's a reason I work in tech in San Francisco and I'm not a comedian in LA, and this is why. So again, let me tell you why I love mind maps in the form of a mind map. So a mind map is a user-drawn diagram of mental models, tools, systems, logic. It's really helpful for us to uncover user cognition and start mapping it out. It also gives us a ground truth of what does something look like. I'll give one of the examples I used, but it's really helpful for when you're thinking, we have no idea what the life of this person looks like, what is involved, what's that ecosystem, what are those systems. It's a really great tool then. And it also helps your users brainstorm. It gives them a way to actually map out and start making the ambiguous more concrete, so it helps with your data collection as well. Once you've tried to figure out what you're trying to do, I found that mind maps are really helpful for helping to illustrate these 3 different types of things. I wish I had a better word for them. But if you're trying to figure out processes, what that looks like, you're trying to explore a system of tools or ideas, or if you're trying to figure out what decisions does somebody make and why, what's that logic process looks like. It's really helpful for making the invisible visible here. So in order to run these, I'm sure some of you are familiar with card sorting. We often think about them as open card sorts or closed card sorts. Are we gonna give them the stack of the words and have them create their own groups, or are we gonna give them labels and see how they fit them into our labels? When you're doing mind maps, there's a similar sort of process I figured out. You can have it be closed where you can pre-make some assets of what sort of things you want your users to include in your mind maps and have them then build and assemble their mind maps with that in mind. Or you can leave it open and have them draw in themselves and get some really interesting stuff. There's pros and cons to each, and I'm happy to discuss some of them after this talk, but that's really where you want to start. It's for your question, which one might be best. No matter what, I highly, highly suggest that you pressure test your prompts. You're gonna wanna think about, how do I step someone through the creation of this mind map layer by layer? And let me show you what that means in an example. So for the sample study, we wanna visualize our users' digital ecosystems. Like I said, I've worked in B2B for a long time, so I always think about, how is somebody using our tools and how does it relate to the other tools in their workflow? So to begin, you really wanna warm them up. You can't really just give somebody a piece of paper and say, draw me a mind map of your tools and walk away. People are going to be like, oh, what? And also be like, I'm not creative. I don't know how to do this. So it's really helpful to get their juices going by having a conversation before. I like to have an idea in my head of where are we going to go with this mind map and have them start talking about the elements that they might draw in the mind map later. So this could be, hey, spend 30 seconds, write down every tool you use on the daily basis. Just write it down on a piece of paper. Or tell me about the most important things in your life. So they're verbalizing it a little bit before they have to put it on a piece of paper. So once then you do give them that piece of paper, I'll read out a sample flow that I would use to have somebody do a mind map. Okay, so now on this piece of paper, I want you to start by writing out the most important tools all over this piece of paper and circle them. So you can imagine this, we see Gmail, Google Drive, all the stuffs. So it's like, great. Now circle again the tools you spend the most time on, making their edges extra bold. Now draw lines between the tools you wish were more integrated. And finally, I want you to shade the tools you're really happy with the way they work green and the ones you're not happy with red. We end up getting this map. So once this map is complete, you have a really great conversation starter. You can say, ooh, what makes Google and Slack, what makes those really hard for you? What makes Gmail and Salesforce work better for you? Why should these things be connected? You can kind of dig in from there. Here's another example of a real mind map I made with a user participant in like a 15-minute session around their sales process, why they were using certain tools, to report what kind of information. Here's another one, also looking at people's digital tools. When you go to synthesize this, it can be kind of overwhelming, especially if you're not used to analyzing something like this. But just take a step back and know these mind maps will still exist, so let's just take the information you need for this study at this pass, and you can always come back and look at more information later. You'll want to be identifying central concept and key themes you're seeing come up. Look at the different connections and hierarchies that emerge. By somebody drawing something big versus other things little, all of that stuff's intentional information from humans, whether they were consciously thinking about it or not. Compare these aspects across different participants. Are people doing the same sort of size for this circle on different things? Are people crossing it out? But my biggest favorite thing to do with these mind maps is if you're working in person, or you could do this digitally, put these in a folder. Go get a coffee with somebody in executive leadership or one of your stakeholders before you start annotating them, and put them on the table and say, what do you see? What sticks out to you? I met with the CTO of HubSpot when I worked there and showed them this, and he was seeing connections that I hadn't even thought about, but that's what he was thinking about. And it's a really interesting way to involve your stakeholders in the process as well. So when you share back, make sure, again, you're bringing these to the forefront by bringing in the visuals and the annotations here, and you're summarizing what you're seeing across these maps. So in conclusion, now that we've explored the power of collage and mind maps in action, what does it mean for us? Well, these are just 2 examples. You all helped me by providing some other ones. Some other ones I really like using are those timelines and actually writing them out and saying, what has changed when you started doing this, and digging into it. I also really like in prototype walkthroughs, getting really hands-on with it and having them like cross things out, shading things, like pasting new things and co-building that together. So I encourage you to brainstorm other techniques that might be relevant. And let me know what you think of. I'm always trying to think creatively about how do we make better use with our people, especially now that we have AI to help us with some of these more peripheral tasks and the tedious ones. Let's get back to that creativity of people. So research is such an iterative process, so some of these might take a while to perfect. So even if you try this once and it doesn't work how you thought, take that learning into the next one. So I want to challenge you all to think differently about how we spend time with users. And like I said, especially as we start offloading some of this to AI, what do we want to hold on to and really keep going with? How might we transform the qualitative research to capture experiences beyond words and beyond those conversations? So the answer is a call to action. I want you to think beyond those words, create visual artifacts, and start being more creative with your process. And start experimenting. Let me know. Thank you.
All right, let's grab a seat. We can grab some questions. That was brilliant. as you were speaking, I was just thinking, why haven't I done mind maps with people in such a long time? It's a great provocation. All right, let's get some questions. Would love if you could raise your hand and.
We have a live stream question.
Oh, fantastic.
So Christina asks about how do you best create and organize a system mind map that has many different modes that achieve the same results?
So I'm going to assume the question is about how do you help users create something like that. And I would really start as you're creating the methodology of listing out what do you want to be included in this mind map. And then for each of those objects, think about what would the instruction be for somebody to do this out. So like I said, think of this as like layers on the onion, or I don't know if any of you have used tracing paper. You know, you do like one layer and you put another layer and you can create a full-on image after all these layers. That's how you should be thinking about creating those mind maps. So think about what are the central topics or ideas that are going to be the anchors of this. In a B2B setting, this is often your data. Where's your data stored? What sort of data is going in and out of it? What's that looking like? In a consumer sector, that could be more, or B2C, that could be more, you know, if you're hiking and this is for hiking boots, how do you decide which shoes to wear? Like, why don't we write down all the different types of shoes you have, and then we can think about the decision-making process coming off of that. So think about what is that center of the onion that then all the other layers are gonna sit on top of, and just take it one bit at a time. If you tell somebody create this map with these 25 things in it, it's not gonna go well.
That's great advice. Thanks so much. All right. We did have a question from the audience here.
Thanks. First of all, great talk, so fun and imaginative. It really got, the wheels turning in my head about how we can implement these things. And I work with accessibility clients sometimes that are blind or low vision, so I was curious if you had any ideas about how to make the collage activity more accessible for folks that maybe would face barriers trying to use the images especially.
Yeah, so I think this could be something that maybe you even talk them through what they might want to include. So rather than asking them to be the ones putting it together, but, hey, are there items that you use that you find really helpful in this? And just think about more like what's their experience of the physical world still, and kind of create that with their assistance too. I don't have too much experience doing that, so I wish I had more, but I would love to talk to you after and we can sort of figure out what that would look like, because I would be really curious to figure it out.
That's a great question. I think we have time for one more. If you have another one here, thanks.
Thanks, great talk. Quick one, on these mind maps, do you use a model or some sort of data science tool to curate them, or is it a lot of quality time reflecting on it?
So I've been using these now for, oh my gosh, too many years. I've started with drawing them, and I've slowly moved to digital as we've started doing more digital research. One thing I just started experimenting with is using some of the generative AI to help analyze them. Is that kind of what you're asking? Right. I'm not having users create them, because so far I haven't found a good tool that represents accurately what users are looking for, and I want them just to be thinking about their processes rather than trying to fine-tune their prompts in the research session to get what they're looking for. But potentially in the future, that could be a direction to go in. I would say so far, I've not been too impressed with generative AI's ability to analyze them. It is good at sort of reading, doing the word recognition and pulling out like, hey, they mentioned Salesforce this many times. But in terms of looking at the hierarchies and across a lot of different ones, I haven't been too happy with the synthesis yet. But that's not to say in 6 months it will still be there.
Great, thanks.
Tremendous. All right. That got me thinking a lot. So thank you so much for sharing that. I want to give a round of applause to Vicky for a great session.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, it's lunchtime. We are on a break, and we have some catered lunch, which is it's gonna be amazing. I know that a lot of thought has gone into the catering. But before you all head out, let me invite Didi up, because Didi is actually gonna talk us through what we have on offer if Didi is around. Is Didi here? All right, I'm not sure if Maggie and Alec are around here, because there are some details about what is on offer today, catering-wise, with any folks who have some restrictions. There's Didi. Didi, if you can hear me. She's walking up on stage slowly. All right, just a little pause. Chat amongst yourselves for a few seconds.
Introducing Listen, the first AI customer researcher. Listen speaks to thousands of people per week and tells you exactly what they want and why. Here's how it works. I want to find out what marketers think about our website. With this prompt, Listen creates a discussion guide. Listen then taps into our network of millions of users to find the perfect people to interview. Within seconds, Listen starts hundreds of conversations in parallel.
What do you think about this site?
Looks cool.
What's cool about it?
I mean, having an AI that can help you go through the
In 1 hour, Listen has done thousands of interviews and turns them into an executive summary, common themes, standout quotes, video highlight reels, and even slides. Iconic brands like Microsoft, Canva, and Chubbies already use Listen to make their most important decisions faster. We've raised $27 million from Sequoia to make every company customer obsessed. Comment Listen and we'll give you access and $1,000 worth of Listen credits.
every idea, every breakthrough starts with a human being. Research isn't about data, it's about people. But in reality, researchers spend 80% of their time wrangling data and only 20% uncovering real insights. In a world flooded with information, how do you find what matters? You start with ResearchHX, the AI-enhanced solution built for researchers. Researchers who know that behind every number is a real person, a story, a spark. Imagine harnessing data as it rolls in to make smarter decisions faster. From fieldwork to final reporting, sample management handled, data analysis automated, insight sharing just one click away. No more siloed teams and disconnected tools. ResearchHX brings it all together in one seamless platform. Because when you listen deeply, you see clearly, you act boldly. ResearchHX, efficiency, intelligence, insight, all in one.
Alrighty. Let's employ some teacher tactics again. If you can hear my voice, clap once. If you can hear my voice, clap 2 times. If you can hear my voice, clap once. If you can hear my voice, clap twice. All right. I'm now firmly in my arsenal of tactics. Well, we are about to get going with an amazing slate of afternoon talks. So I'm hoping that this lunch was really helpful for you to take a step back, have some great conversations, maybe do some thinking about what was mentioned in the morning sessions, but we've got some great afternoon ones as well. But before we get to that, we have a raffle. Free stuff, courtesy of Lookback and crew. Henrik, these are books. Ooh. That's a great book over there, very biased. But there's a great library here for anyone who wants to expand their research knowledge, and Lookback have very graciously offered to give this to someone, and you can chuck it in your bag. If you have to go back, good luck with that with your hand luggage, but if you're local, it's all good. Okay, so I'm gonna draw, and one person. Is it just one person? One person. All right. And I'm not Is there any drum roll thingy? Actually, y'all can do a drum roll for me, please. Yep. Who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be?
Oh, really?
Really?
Do you think think they will trust the integrity of
I don't know if they will trust the integrity.
I can't think of a more well-deserved.
Yes.
And she likes reading.
It is true. All right.
Yeah, you say it.
The person who has won this giant stack of books is our fantastic, careless speaker, Zoe.
Have you read these already?
No, this is the best.
Awesome. Well, here you go.
Oh,
Enjoy.
This is going to go into my 50 books a year, guys. We can all be friends. Start a book club.
All the new people in the field now, look how a veteran will get excited about learning more things. That's the key. Curiosity, keep going. It's never done. If you're tired, it's okay. Take a break and then get back into it.
And then just read more. Yeah. Read more.
Yeah, always. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Roy. This was great.
Sweet. All right. Actually, right before we get into our next session, I just want to make a note. John and the amazing team at Maze and Jane, love Jane, they have some really cool AI stuff that they're building into their product. And if you want to check it out, give them some feedback, they're going to be over in Rad House. Is that how you say it? Rad House, right beside us here. So anytime in between sessions and even after we're done here, head over there, or even just head over there if you just want to have a beer with them. They will gladly outdrink you. I don't know if I'm making promises for them. I shouldn't be. But hey, there you go. It's on Maze. So definitely head out there and have a good time with them next door. Okay, it's afternoon time. Who's ready for some afternoon talks? Are you ready? Alrighty. Well, I have been really intrigued by a lot of the talks this week that have been focused on AI. And we're going to have a bit more of that with today's session. Molly is going to be talking to us about how we build to learn. So let's give a warm UXRConf welcome to Molly.
My name is Molly, and I'm really excited to be here to talk about how we can build to learn. So I'm Molly. This is me, the same photo from the previous slide, but made out of felt. And I'm a researcher at Google. I focus on YouTube. About a decade ago, I was a founding member of a small team at YouTube focused on really exploring new terrain. Our team is called Visioning, and we work with teams across YouTube to figure out what's next, what's around the corner. And as you might imagine, a couple years ago, the landscape began to shift, and a few of my teammates and I saw an opportunity and co-founded YouTube's Gen AI Lab. Our mission became how to explore and learn in this new era we are all entering. But before we talk about any of that, I want to start by telling you a story. About 10 years ago, I was at Google and lived here in San Francisco. I currently live in Chicago. But I joined Google's Sprint Leadership Academy on an inspiration-seeking field trip to a majestic Victorian mansion just right next to Alamo Square. And we were looking for inspiration and to seek different ways to learn. This mansion had been transformed into a studio where leaders from companies large and small could come and quickly test their novel ideas. The whole building was set up to help these leaders shift into a different way of working, shifting away from talking their way to solutions to really making and learning their way to understand opportunities. I remember our host there was telling us how quickly they would learn. They shared that they would bring in a specialized user every morning and learn from them, but then they would take the afternoons to build, taking those learnings and bringing them to life. This mansion, these folks who hosted it, they had a seemingly bottomless Rolodex of expert makers, people who could prototype anything. You could build a product, a service, a physical tool within a single day. It was like completely wild and absolutely magical. The companies that visited this mansion were empowered to quickly make decisions, exploring and getting feedback ridiculously quickly in order to identify the best path forward. They were off to the races. The location was seriously magical, and what they were doing was inspiring, going from insights to actuals in a single day, with every client who came in getting a bespoke experience tailored to their specific needs. But it was all so very limited. Very few were able to experience the sense of magic in this mansion. And I had that feeling of incredible potential, yet really frustrating exclusivity stick with me throughout all of these years. But we're 10 years later. Let's fast forward to today. The really, really exciting shift is that so much of the magic that came from that mansion is now available at every single one of our fingertips, in these tiny little devices in our pockets and at our desks. That power to quickly take things in the real world, things that we learned from our users, and turn them into tangible opportunities, and to iterate quickly, or to just entirely throw it away and build something new more quickly than ever. And ultimately, we're able to do this and move forward in our product decisions with more confidence, creating things that provide real value to real humans in this very, very real world. And that is why I'm so excited to be here with all of you today, and you online. In the past few years, some of the constraints that have defined how we do research have disappeared. We together, as UX researchers, have the opportunity to redefine things, how we learn, and how we build people-centered products in this brand new era that we're all entering. We, everyone in this room, everyone joining us online, has a chance right now to do something different. We have the chance to experiment, and we together have the chance to define what UX research will become in this new era. There are so many different things we could talk about today, but I want to start with just 3. The first thing is a shift, focused on speed and our speed of learning, how we can move from long cycles to quick loops. The second is about how we as researchers can be empowered to start making, to bring our insights to life with a shift from waiting to making. And the third is how we can make our research stimuli more relevant to our participants in the room with us, shifting from generic mocks to personal artifacts. So this will be super quick, but we'll start with the first shift. Really dramatically increasing the speed of our learning. We all know that in today's fast-paced world, the relevance of our insights is often tied back to their timeliness. If our findings arrive too late, the opportunities are often missed, and our influence, our opportunity for influence, diminishes. We've all had that moment where we've experienced a really long, comprehensive learning cycle, where the time from initial question to actionable insight can easily take weeks, if not months, if not quarters, maybe a half a year. We meticulously plan, we develop the research script, we recruit, we conduct sessions, we manually transcribe our notes, we spend time on thematic analysis, and we craft detailed reports full of human stories. These are honestly some of the projects we as researchers are most proud of. We've gathered deep insight, developed novel frameworks, and created a foundation for our teams and for our companies to be better for our users. But what happens when our drive for research perfection actually makes us miss our opportunity for research impact? By the time our polished findings land, the product teams may have already moved on. The market conditions may have shifted, making our insights either feel too late or slightly off target. Opportunities can be missed, influence be diminished, and we just couldn't keep pace. But what if we leverage this brand new technology to radically accelerate the speed of our learning? About a year ago, I really wanted to test this idea of impossibly quick make, learn, make cycles. My team and I gathered to experiment with a new type of insight sprint. In a single week, we explored a really broad theme, each day focused on a different lens of that theme that our teams were interested in. We would spend the mornings learning from lots of different people, learning from our users, learning from analogous experiences and experts. And then we would spend the afternoon building functional prototypes and research tools based on these learnings. This may look familiar based on the mansion example. Every day, we left with really fresh insights and functional prototypes that we could continue to learn from. The insights that we learned were about people at the people level. They weren't about our people as users. They had captured enduring human needs, those latent and explicit needs that would make people's lives better, that have often remained unaddressed to this point due to technical limitations of the past. And the wide array of sources we learned from helped us define core principles, this was a while back, that still continue to inform our work to this day. And the prototypes, they were like the coded version of sketching an idea on a sketchbook or writing notes on a Post-it. They were intentionally rough, ready, and meant for that moment. They were tools designed for exploration, curiosity, and learning. They were designed to spark new thinking and catalyze new questions. They were, by definition, not MVPs or like really rough research flows. And they didn't look anything like our product. And that was by design. They freed us up from the constraints of the day-to-day and allowed us to truly explore novel capabilities without getting bogged down in today's limitations. They simply made our insights real enough to feel. Together, we began to see the possibilities in this new era at the intersection of enduring human needs and novel Gen AI capabilities. The impact of this approach was transformative. Throughout the week, our team was encouraged to see with fresh eyes, listen with open ears. The whole mindset of the week was about opportunity, exploration, and curiosity. Instead of one long cycle, we were living in these absurdly quick make, learn, make, learn, make, learn, make loops. 5 loops, 5 cycles in 5 days. The insights gathered from each morning fueled creation and ideation for the next day and helped inspire research questions. We explored so many possibilities in such a really brief time. We had no idea what was going to be important at that moment, but with new users coming in every day, we had the opportunity to continue learning, iterating, and exploring at a really quick pace. The evidence from these cycles and learning loops made the potential of Gen AI tangible. Armed with these rapid insights, we had a much deeper understanding of our users, and the teams that we were able to work with were able to move forward with even more confidence. So how do you bring this into your life? The first thing is to make space. I've learned from many of you as we've been talking today that it's tough to do this in your day-to-day life. This method took a week, and the insights from this week continue to inform our work today. It requires a shift in mindset to be able to shift from what we learned earlier today, from that tactical mindset to a strategic mindset, not looking at the next cycle, not looking at the next quarter, but looking and imagining what might be. It requires us to make space to get inspired, to learn not only from our users, but from analogous experiences, experts, and extremes, to see how an unexpected perspective might inspire our work. And most importantly, it requires all of us as researchers to play, to get hands-on. And that brings me to our next shift, which is the shift of waiting to making. It's really cool to see how this technology can empower us as researchers to bring our insights to life. One thing that was really cool about the Insight Sprint was not just the speed, but it was who was doing the making and how that shifted our dynamic. We've all been there, that moment. This is me. I usually have my hair in a side braid. That moment we uncover an unexpected insight, that aha, where we've met with a user, they've noted something, and we've discovered a novel opportunity or chance that we can actually make the world, make this user's life better, help them overcome a hurdle. We are sure to pull that insight into a report with a bunch of other user stories and learnings and recommendations and hand it off to our team. And then we wait. We want to see those insights translate into something real, to be produced in the real world. Our initial excitement can turn to frustration as insights beyond like a doodle mean a handoff, another layer of translation, and another game of telephone. We are dependent as researchers on so many others to bring our insights to life. But in the Insight Sprint, that wasn't the case. After our morning sessions of learning, it wasn't just the designers or the engineers who were bringing these ideas to life. The whole team was empowered to bring their insights to life almost immediately with the help of Gen AI. A designer on the team played the role of engineer, immediately vibe coding new experiences into existence and experimenting with novel interaction patterns. A product manager on the team, he was really developing the output of a potential experience he was thinking of, essentially visualizing his PRD. And another researcher on the team used audio generators to turn those insights into a concept album, bringing the insights to life in an entirely new medium. It wasn't just a creative exercise, but it was a way to test the boundaries of this new technology. Notice what's happening here. Independent of their traditional making role on these teams, everybody in the room was empowered to translate their insights into something tangible almost immediately. They were empowered to try these new tools, and they were empowered to experiment. The wild thing is it wasn't just about our product teams. It's something that we're seeing extend to our users as well. The work we do is in really deep partnership with our users. I remember reconnecting with a creator months after we had worked with them. They had participated in a really extended code design session with us. And they showed us how they were bringing this waiting to making mindset into their day-to-day life as well. They were about to launch a brand new EP and had a specific, fantastical hairstyle they wanted to have featured on the cover of this album. They were not able to find any relevant images to share with their stylist, so they generated images instead. Their stylist was able to see their vision clearly and tangibly, and now that vision that she had had in her head is now actually available on the cover of her brand new album. This is the essence of waiting to making, that anybody, independent of their background, can take insights, can take ideas, can take their vision of what the future might hold and bring it to life. I often think about making on this spectrum. On one end, you have the deep technical expertise of an engineer, and on the other hand, you have me, somebody who has never coded a thing in her entire life, but might be able to doodle and conceptualize some ideas. With Gen AI, it's not about everybody needing to be a coder or a designer. Instead, it's about all of us lowering that barrier to entry for tangible exploration, about giving us, you, me, other researchers, the ability to quickly sketch out an idea, visualize a concept, or even build a simple functional exploration. And this is all possible because we're moving away from an era where humans had to act like computers and towards an era where computers are beginning to act a little bit more human. We can collaborate them, we can chat with them, we can talk with them in a human language the way that we might with our colleagues, our friends. And they can help us bring once impossible ideas to life. And I really have to be clear here. There is no way that we are aiming to replace any of our cross-functional colleagues. Their craft, their depth of skill, their ability to create polished, scalable, robust products is irreplaceable and essential. The goal here is very different. It's about broadening our toolkit as researchers and helping us become better teammates. It's about enabling us to make insights real enough to feel, bringing them to life in ways that we hadn't been able to before, reducing that game of telephone. It's about us being able to show rather than tell. And it's about us being able to collaborate in actuals, really creating a better starting point for conversation and functional collaboration. And we, as researchers, are gonna get it very wrong. The artifacts that we are creating are going to be intentionally rough and ready, and by any expert's perspective, very, very wrong. But their wrongness can actually be by design. Their purpose is not to be the final solution, but to be a catalyst for inquiry, for feedback, a tool for shared understanding, and a spark for deeper inquiry. You can quickly bring your ideas to life. You can ensure that your insights are not just heard, but seen, felt, and iterated on. You can bring your cross-functional partners not just a list of findings, but tangible explorations that serve as a really rich foundation for their work, fostering more effective collaboration. So I have a request for you. In the next week, try to spend 30 minutes with a Gen AI tool to create a quick, tangible representation of a recent insight you learned. Maybe it's a chatbot, maybe it's an image generator, Maybe it's a music generator and you want to make a concept album. Just try to make something, and don't aim for perfection, just aim for something. Our next shift is being able to shift with AI the stimuli that we create with our users, being able to shift from generic mocks to personal artifacts. We've often had to create one set of stimuli for all of our participants. This has historically been a practical necessity, often due to resources, and we have to force ourselves as researchers to prioritize the average user. But our participants, they're not averages, they're unique. They live in a complex world that is increasingly personalized to them. Why shouldn't our research stimuli reflect that as well? Research tools in an era of Gen AI can become more flexible and personal than ever before. And this can happen at every stage of the product development cycle, not just when you're getting ready to launch, that people are seeing themselves in the product, but really in the very first day of trying to explore a new idea. Niche can become the new normal, with individuals, not averages, dictating importance. There are a ton of different ways you can personalize research stimuli. Of course, you can ask your participants specific questions in a screener, and then you could take time to handcraft and hand create specific stimuli for that session, leading to feedback that feels for that particular user, not for some hypothetical user. But today, we can go so much further by prototyping with real data. More and more, Gen AI tools allow you to inform their brain or their knowledge base with specific information. You can upload context and resources, save detailed instructions, and transform these tools into specialized collaborators. Imagine a researcher exploring a new concept where personalization is key. Instead of generic placeholders, with the right informed consent and privacy, they can actually have participants contribute relevant data to that session. They can take things like text that they have written. They could take things like images they've created, lists that they manage, even data that they have downloaded specifically for this particular session, and share it with the researcher, whatever is pertinent to the question being explored. This information can then be imported into AI prototypes. In a really lightweight way, you can learn with something that is truly personal and bespoke to that user. Suddenly, participants aren't responding to hypothetical data. They're seeing elements of their own world reflected back to them, making the experience, however conceptual, however early in the process, feel like home. The shift from abstract concepts to personally grounded experience can unlock rich insights, helping us expose hidden hurdles, capture emergent opportunities, and helping us as researchers learn from reality, revealing insights that generic examples simply wouldn't. It allows us to get so much far beyond that surface level feedback and tap into much deeper, more authentic user responses. So, one more little experiment for you to try in the next week. As we know, a lot of these tools can be informed by your personal data. So I want you to try to create a Gen AI that knows you. Upload maybe something like your LinkedIn profile, some research things that you're interested in, maybe an article that you've written, and put that into an AI tool, and then compare it with a generic model, and see how the output is different. See then, as you experience that, how you might incorporate that type of research, that type of learning, and that type of technology of building more personalized AI into your own experience. And if you want a bigger deep dive into how to do this specifically, make sure you stick around for the very, very last talk of the day. There'll be very specific details on how to do this. So, it's been a fun day. We've been on a journey together, learning from how we can increase the speed of our research through quicker learning cycles, going from long cycles to quick loops. How we can empower researchers to get hands-on and make their insights tangible, moving from waiting to making. And how we can increase the relevance of our research stimuli by moving from generic mocks to personal artifacts. We've seen how many of the different constraints that have defined our practice are dissolving. We have the unprecedented opportunity not just to observe the future, but to actively shape it. Remember that Victorian mansion, that place where rapid, bespoke, user-centered learnings happened at an unimaginable pace, where ideas became real in a snap due to an endless Rolodex of makers, and where insights were so spectacularly tailored. For so long, that type of power felt exclusive and often out of reach. But the exciting truth is that so much of the magic made possible at that mansion, the opportunity to iterate quickly, to be able to learn more quickly, is no longer limited to the privileged few. With Gen AI, much of that incredible capacity is now available at our fingertips in the tools that we use every day. And this isn't just about quicker tools or faster processes. It's about our ability to amplify our core strengths, our ability to have deep empathy for our users, our ability to uncover human needs, and our ability to continuously advocate for our users. Gen AI can help us do all of this more effectively, enabling us to provide clearer, faster, more tangible evidence to help our organizations make smarter, more people-centered decisions with greater confidence. Gen AI can help us as researchers reduce risk, increase clarity and confidence, and ultimately build more people-centered products that provide real value. To me, the future of UX research is incredibly exciting. It is more hands-on, more iterative, and will allow us to be more impactful than ever. So with that in mind, I want to give you one final challenge, and that is to play with AI, to give it a try, to experiment, to explore, and to play. Do not let those inevitable stumbles that will come along as you try get in the way of you experimenting and trying to bring this work into your life in new ways. So together, let's build to learn. Hey, friend.
It's awesome. Let's grab a seat. We have a few minutes for some questions. I love the challenge to just do something this week. You don't have to wait. Just go and do it. So yeah, that's great. All right, let's take some questions. I know we have a mic about, so I think we have a hand up in the middle over here.
Testing, sweet. Hi, my name's Akil, great presentation. I was just curious if you run into stakeholders that are like really reluctant for their research teams to use AI. As a fellow optimist, I think it's really important that we share the optimism, but how would you suggest to people who might have stakeholders or management that are really reluctant to use or to tell their teams to use Gen AI in some format? What would be your response to how to approach it with a more optimistic approach?
Yeah, I think a big thing for me that's come across as I've been a founding member of the visioning team and co-founded the Gen AI Lab and tried a bunch of new stuff, is none of it is like loved right away or even understood right away. But we do a lot of quick little experiments and get a bunch of quick wins that suddenly spiral into us being really appreciated. So if you could find those opportunities to incorporate Gen AI into your research process, into your research methods, that you can really start to build those little snowballs that can get people hyped. And I think there's a big thing that like, a lot of times people might be hesitant to use this technology when they've only heard of it but haven't really played with it. Once folks get hands-on with it, it's pretty evident that they could see the value for them specifically in their day-to-day life, and they start to also see the edges of it, where they as humans are necessary and critical to the development of this work as well. So it's really, as we've heard a bunch of times this week, a partnership of people and machines jamming together to make awesome stuff happen, but to start small, to get those quick wins, and then to watch it snowball.
Great. All right, any more questions? I think we have time for one more. One over here.
Hi. I can, but I don't know if the YouTube can.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. Well, thank you so much for this talk. It was so great. And I was curious for the insight sprint. I've run like more traditional design sprints, and I found scope can have such an impact on the success of it. And I was curious if there's any considerations for an insight sprint, whether it's scope or something else, to really make sure it's like successful and yields something that your team can work with.
Yeah, I think it's been really helpful in this one in particular. We had a really specific theme that was not targeted at any one particular team, but that we had buy-in from many teams across the company that this would be helpful. And the insights were, we always say, like, we're learning in ways that are like 10 sizes too large for any particular team, but that any team could find some value in, like, if that shirt, t-shirt, jacket is 10 sizes too long, like some element of it could provide value for a lot of specific teams across the company. So a lot of it is on us as researchers then to translate the insights, the stories, the prototypes that we've built to land within specific teams and for them to really see themselves within it. So it is very, by design, a giant, massive scope on a big, gnarly question. But then it's the translation and the communication back to teams where we can make sure that they see themselves in it and can act on those insights as well.
One quick one for me before we wrap up. How's the folks you work with, especially researchers, what's openness been to do this? Like, what are those, what's openness been like to just like embrace using Gen AI?
I think for the specific researchers I work with, you met some of them on Tuesday of this week. You might have met Renato, who leads the Insight Lab at YouTube. Like the specific orbit that we're in, we are encouraged to experiment, to play, to test the boundaries, and to explore. There are people, and definitely I've seen this in working with students and others as well, the hesitancy is real. So to find those ways, to find those opportunities where folks can try something specific, maybe try something little, again, to try a little snowball where they can start to see themselves in these tools, to see the real human value. Again, it's not about replacing us or replacing any of our teammates, but things might evolve in terms of our role in the research and to be able to play with that and see it and how the technology can make us and our products more human.
I love it. Thank you for the talk. Thank you for the encouragement. Let's give a warm round of applause to Molly.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna switch gears. I'm gonna talk about relationships. Anyone have a love-hate relationship with PMs? A couple of hands come up. All right. Well, after this talk, that's gonna be sorted. It's only gonna be love. So let's invite Zach to the stage. We're gonna talk about the 5 types of PMs every researcher needs to know. So let's give a warm welcome to Zach.
I don't know about that. We'll do our best. Hi, I'm Zach. I lead the research team at DoorDash. I also previously worked for quite a while at Netflix, so you'll see examples from both DoorDash and Netflix throughout the presentation. I called this the 5 types of PMs that you'll interact with and how to influence them, but PM is interchangeable really here for any kind of cross-functional partner that you run into that you might maybe be a little doubtful about working with research or maybe push back a little bit about working with research and how to navigate that relationship, which I'm not particularly good at. I just want to throw that out there. I learned a lot from a lot of other people, which brings me to my next slide. Shout out to all of the people that helped contribute to the various experiments that I'll be showing today at the top. And also a quick caveat, there's a ton of great PMs. I hope they're watching this. The others, I hope are not necessarily watching this. And next year, I'll do a talk on the quirks and difficulties and failings of working with people like me to make it even, but that's not the point of this talk. I roundly acknowledge the difficulty of working as a PM in tech. Ultimately, the buck stops with them. If we come to them with an idea that doesn't really pan out, our job is not on the line, but as a PM, if they continuously have a difficult time moving metrics, then their job is on the line. So I acknowledge that challenge, and this is hopefully going to help you learn how to work better with them. Okay, wrote a Medium article a couple years ago. It's about impact. This is a definition I pulled from it, which is a significant improvement to the business or product experience that's a direct result of a unique contribution that you have made. That's our goal as researchers. Ultimately, that helps us keep our job, helps us get promoted, all that kind of stuff. Helps us feel good, helps us make an impact. And we need to combine that goal with what our target is. Our target as researchers is to find the needs that satisfy both goals of our audiences that we work with and the goals of the business. There are moments where you will do things that are better for audiences that don't necessarily move business metrics. I'll give one example later in the talk. There are moments when businesses tend to over-index on earnings and money and forget the needs of audiences, but as researchers, our unique contribution can be to find that middle point. So if we're all aligned on that, let's talk about how to get there. Oftentimes, it's very difficult. For you Lord of the Rings nerds out there, I put this picture, and then I was like, you know, it doesn't actually really work, because who's blocking who in this picture, right? If you've ever seen the movie. So you can interpret who's the PM and who's the researcher. I'll leave it up to you. All right. Okay, here's the 5 types of PM. You got to have like this slide in every presentation. We'll go through each of them. Number 1. Okay. So if you have kids, I have kids, love kids. This book is great. If you've never read it to your kids, you should definitely buy it. The key here is that you actually have to have a good idea, okay? Let's start there. If it's not a good idea, none of this actually works. But if you have a good idea, then you can move on. All right. Number 1, the love language PM. If you've heard of the love languages, it's essentially the way people like to give gifts and the way people like to receive gifts. And it's kind of a relationship thing. I'll give you a direct quote from a Dasher who went to try to deliver a gift to somebody in rural Texas, and as they were pulling up, they were surrounded on this road by a bunch of men with guns on ATVs and threatened that they would be shot if they didn't get off the property, and they said, I'm a Dasher, and it's a gift for DoorDash. They said, I don't want this, get off my property, right? I use this example to illustrate the kinds of things that people might experience while engaging with your product that might be uncommon or things you might personally have not had experience with. We brought this, among many other examples, to our PM leadership, and we were able to get a bunch of empathy built for these uncommon situations, which resulted in the launch of these Safe Dash tools. These are things like if you're out dashing and you feel unsafe, you can immediately call things like ADT, or you can do location sharing, things along those lines. That is like the golden path for qualitative research. That has happened quite rarely in my career. That is one example where it has happened. Quite often what happens is you walk in and there's going to be some kind of quote, and it will generally look something like this. Well, you only talked to 5 people. Or you only surveyed 300 people. This will come from the analytics people who do millions of data points. This will come from the PMs, generally speaking. Okay, so when you're confronted with this quote, which I'm sure you've all heard before, there's lots of ways to get around it, and the key is to speak to the love language of whatever it is that the PM has. Okay, here's an example where the golden path didn't work. The head of Netflix mobile design came to me and said, hey, I'm a mobile designer, and I have to open the Netflix app every single day, multiple times a day, in order to do my job. And I work here, and I can't find it on the screen. This is probably an issue. My guess is that the design is suboptimal. So we went to the chief product officer, we went to the VP of product and said, hey, what do you think? Of course, who wants to change their mobile app design and their brand based on feedback from one person? So we went and we did a test where we created, you'll see at the top of the screen, those are like target apps, and we give them a little bit of a brief exposure time to the target app, and then we will display a personalized prototype with apps that are actually on their phone, and we say find that target app as quickly as possible, and then we just looked objectively at how difficult it was to find the various apps, and the white Netflix app, the old Netflix app from 8 years ago, was literally one of the worst ones. Snapchat was the best. Shout out Snapchat. Okay, so that led to an entire new app design, but it wasn't just from our research. There was actually a big rebranding effort that was going on that we were able to ride the boat with, and we were able to create this new design, which is actually a lot easier to find on your phone if you've ever tried to do it. But in this case, we're speaking with quantitative objective data. We're not appealing through empathy. We're dealing with people who are really metrics driven. Here's another great example. There was a bunch of social media chatter, and there was a bunch of conversations from Dashers about the quality of our hot bags and whether they kept food hot that was supposed to be hot and cold that was supposed to be cold. Okay, and so you'll see here's a thread from Reddit where someone was comparing it poorly to the Grubhub bag. And so we knew right what to do in this case. Actually, the left side is a bit cut off. But what we did, and this is my number one recommendation here, is to think about mini experiments that you can bring to life a metric that a PM will care about. So in this case, we literally drove to McDonald's with 9 different hot bags, bought 9 McFlurries, stuck them in the hot bags, drove back to the office and stuck a thermometer in them to figure out what the temperature was. Quite simple. We did the same thing with miso soup to see how hot it remained in the hot bags, and the DoorDash hot bag was not that great. And we then said, hey, everyone, it's not that great. And now you can see the new hot bag. This did not take that long to get impact, to be honest with you, because we kind of knew who we were speaking with, and we geared the metrics toward them. And now you can see a new quote from Reddit, which I pulled last week, which I can't read. It says, "That's awesome. Been using Grubhub's version, hoping one day for DoorDash to have one of these." So that made me feel really good. So here's a couple examples of other experiments we've done. One thing we did was we took user written drop-off instructions at difficult to drop-off locations and then had AI rewrite them, printed them out, handed them to Dashers outside of the apartment complex, and got a stopwatch out and timed them how long it took them to drop them off. It was faster with AI instructions. Another thing we did is we sat in a restaurant and ordered the same meal from DoorDash, Uber Eats, and Grubhub and waited for all of the delivery people to show up and figured out who had the most accurate arrival times. And you can see those metrics underneath. They're very PM-centric metrics. Every single example I'm giving you up here mattered and has changed something about an algorithm or a product experience at DoorDash. Okay. Number 2, the N of 1 PM, our favorite. I'm sure you know exactly what this is. First off, this is not actually always a bad thing, and this is true in research in general. This is an example from a qualitative research project at Netflix where we had a sign-up screen. This is the new sign-up screen, which you can see on behind me. And it said, enter your credit card number here at the time. And one participant said, I can't sign up then. And we were like, what? Why can't you sign up? Come on. They were like, I don't have a credit card. And we said, well, you know, you can just put a debit card in there. And they're like, oh, we have a debit card. And so all they did, the PM was like, okay, let's just add or debit, two words to that sentence, and revenue went through the roof, right? So you think, is N of 1 necessarily a bad thing? No. Here's a good example. But sometimes it can be. For those of you who work at Uber Eats and Instacart, we talk about bananas way too much at DoorDash. Oftentimes because it's about ripeness and how many people want. Do you want to order in bunches or singles? There's a lot of things about bananas. Anyway, don't get me started. We talked about this yesterday. Bananas can be a tactical distraction because it's essentially one fruit that stands in for the idea of customization of what you're trying to order, right? Are they the most popular thing? Are they the most popular thing by volume, money, any of that kind of stuff? No, they're not. But they tend to come up an inordinate amount of time in conversations with senior leadership. Okay, and also, you might have a kind of a mediocre idea as your N of 1. This is an actual example. If you've ever gone to Netflix on the web or TV, mobile, there's always a way to get to categories, genres, if you will. So there was a theory out there that we should personalize the appearance or the location of this sort of category thing, if you will, and it was called Category Cravers, which everyone always has cute names for projects, right? This one was called Category Cravers, which you'll get to see that we made fun of later. That said, we didn't necessarily think that this was like the thing we should go after in that moment. It seemed kind of tactical, or maybe it wasn't a great way of testing whether something was a good idea generically or not. So we had lots of conversations with our PM in this moment to kind of figure out how to move forward. So if you hear phrases like, hey, can you validate this idea for me? They're coming at that conversation as if the idea is a good one, rather than as if the idea is a hypothesis. So you need to reframe that as, well, that's a great hypothesis. We will test that hypothesis rather than I will go and validate your idea. Another thing that you might hear is they're often like sitting in one session, right? They'll show up for one session and they'll be like, oh man, well, in the session I went to, that italics is on purpose, I heard the one person say the thing that I thought that I liked before I even went to that session. That's the kind of stuff that you might hear. Okay, so I was talking to my team about this, and the biggest suggestion that I thought was super useful that I heard from a researcher on my team is that they will plant seeds early and often throughout research. So they'll do quick summaries after every single participant in Slack or to the PM. They'll do debrief sessions at the end of every single day to make sure that everyone's hearing multiple insights from multiple people and that they're keeping everyone aware as they go. And over time, the insights will take on a life of their own. And by the end of the experiment, whoever the product manager is at that time will sort of adopt the idea that they've been hearing over and over and over from the researcher as if it was their own idea, and they become the N of one about the good idea and not the N of one about the idea that kind of sucked in the first place. We call that inception. I would definitely do it. It really works really well. Okay, now let's make fun of that name. We made shirts to make fun of that name, where who needs cravings for chocolate, cigarettes, coffee, carbs, or connection? It's categories we all want, yeah. So this is, I have this at home. We all wore it around the office. All right, enough of that. All right, the next one, the Chief Product Manager Officer. Okay, these are people that over-index to senior leadership. I'm sure you're all quite familiar with them. Okay, here's an example of a couple insights from actual research we did on the merchant portal. The merchant portal is where merchants go in order to essentially manage their business. They might edit their menu, they might set their store hours, they might run an ad or a promotion, they might check their financials, etc. This was one of the most entertaining list of NPS quotes I read. This is a couple of years ago, where they complained about doing the menu editor, and the first one's like, it took me 15 seconds, and the next one's like, it took me over an hour, and then the third one's like, it took me a week, and then the last one's like, it took me forever. So I thought that was really funny, that progression. Anyway, all right, I'm gonna show you that it actually does kind of take forever. Okay, let's see if this works if I press play. Nope, it didn't. I knew it wouldn't. Okay, can you press play, please? Okay, this is the portal. Notice how they're scrolled about a third of the way down the page, and they're going to 86 something. I've asked them to do this. Okay, they're clicking deactivate now, and now it's going to take a little while to load. Do you see how the thing scrolled all the way back to the top of the page? Oh my God, right? I know. Okay, so you're a merchant, and you have a particular menu item that has anyone worked in a restaurant before? Okay, sweet, shout out, yeah. I used to work at McDonald's, Hardee's, and Friendly's. I probably served you food at some point. So you run out of something specific, okay? Let's say it's a particular kind of cheese. There are a lot of menu items that will have that kind of cheese. And so you'll scroll to the first one, you'll deactivate it, then you'll wait for it to load, and then it'll scroll you back to the top. Then you have to scroll back to the next one, and you have to deactivate it, scroll you back to the top. You get what I'm saying. It's a loop and loop, and it goes on forever, and these were legitimate complaints, right? Okay, so you go to the PM with this. They're like, my roadmap is slammed. Sorry, I just got pulled into a fire drill by the CEO, or thanks. This is my least favorite quote. If anyone ever tells you this, you've really failed as a researcher. That was really interesting. Okay. All right, so what we did is we had the senior leadership in the merchant team try to create their own menu on the merchant portal. Okay. I'm only going to play a minute of this. This is a 12-minute video of him like, oh my God, this is terrible. This is just one, like, it took forever to load screen. All right, let's play the video.
I want to do a modifier. There's a couple options in here. This is really confusing. Cup, let's add an option. Bowl, cup. I don't know, lid, whatever. $1.50. Whoa, okay. Rules. Okay, save changes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, 11 seconds to make that change.
All right, 11 seconds to make that change. So the first person at 15 seconds was the winner. Okay, let's see if it goes to the next slide. Sometimes it will replay. Oh, okay, so we've adopted this principle of bringing in senior leadership to do things that are kind of painful that lead to insights, and we will even do it when it's early days on something. This is an actual experiment that we ran in the parking lot next to work in San Francisco, where we are working with Burger King to create an AI voice drive-through experience, and it's not perfect, right? But it's early days, so we had actual participants drive up in their car and order stuff from the Burger King menu, and we learned a lot about it. And then we had the VP of product do the exact same thing, and the VP of the area do the same thing, and the VP of design do the exact same thing. They all came in and they pretended to order on the Burger King screen so that they could become empathetic of what the experience actually was like. And so going back to the previous example, this is the new merchant menu experience for it's called the self-serve menu editor. And so we brought a lot of the stuff to the surface. We created a search at the top in case you wanted to jump to something really quick. You were able to collapse menus. You're able to change item availability right next to it instantly. And also, we were able to reduce load times by at least 63%. This data is a couple of years old. So you saw that load time took about 11 seconds. We got that down to about 2 to 3 seconds. But it was an incredible amount of work. And we had to call code yellow, and we had to focus on this rather than some of the other ideas that we were working on. But really what unlocked it was the fact that we had brought in, or that the executives got involved, and that our insights bubbled up to executives. Now, am I saying that needs to always happen? No, of course not. But what I am saying is that if you run into PMs that will only listen to them and not to you, show the person they'll listen to what you need to show them so that the request comes down from them. Okay, that's number 3. Number 4, and number 5. These are the 2 paradox PMs. They basically say the exact opposite thing of one another, and you will have no idea which one it is until they open their mouths. Okay, so a couple years ago, there was this is actually 2019, so that'll date this. There was an SNL sketch where they made fun of how difficult it was to find things on Netflix, and they created the endless scroll plan, where all you did was get to scroll and you had to pay for it. Do you all remember this? No, see? Okay, yeah. So, I mean, the user need is fairly obvious, and we knew that it existed forever before this, right? Even since the dawn of, it's true still today on quite many streaming services, right? Netflix equals choice, so there's a tedious world of choosing out there. Okay, so we created this idea of like, hey, let's find some way of bringing to the surface something interesting or exciting without them having to think too much and scroll. So this play something idea was born. And you can see some of the initial design executions here. We went to research and showed it to people. Then we took it to A/B test. And in both of those cases, it failed pretty spectacularly because people had this expectation that it was going to get them to continue watching even quicker, right? And so we were using the wrong algorithms, the wrong entry point, the wrong value prop, and all of this stuff we told them about in a meeting, PMs, et cetera. And I'll never forget this. What did they say in that meeting? They said, it's important to get the punctuation correct on this one. Just insights. This isn't actionable, right? Okay, you'll see why in a couple of slides later. Okay, just insights. Okay, the person on the team that I was working with on this at the time, I sent her a text and I said, do you remember that meeting? She's like, yeah, I remember the meeting, and I can do you one better. I have a picture of the actual whiteboard that we took in that meeting after we drew stuff all over the board. This is the original like vibe coding right here. So what we did in the room at the time was we recommended a new goal, we recommended a new entry point and a new icon, and we push them away from continued watching and more towards content discovery or low barrier to entry content that was more the kinds of stuff that you might accidentally run into if you were flipping on TV channels. And when that product was launched, that did improve streaming and discovery. And we don't get me wrong, we're all about coming up with cool ideas, pitching new ideas to all sorts of cross-functional partners. But you never know if you walk into that room, if that PM is going to be receptive to those ideas, or they're going to put up barriers to those ideas. Which brings me to the new thing, which this basically take Molly's entire presentation, and this is one slide to say exactly what she's saying, which in order for this kind of PM that's saying, hey, these aren't actionable, we now take all of these new AI tools and we literally just make them actionable. And it's worked really well. Again, you'll see literally more bananas. This is literally about bananas again here. Okay, so this is a usable prototype that we can illustrate using new AI tools. These are ones that we've used. You should try them all out, as many as you want. There are pros and cons to each of them. But the key here is to bring to life what you're trying to say so that they can, doesn't have to be perfect, exactly like Molly was saying. It doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to get them pushing in the right direction. It has to get their juices flowing. Okay, but what if you walk into the room? Okay, this is why you need the punctuation to work. This is from the PM. It doesn't have any question marks. They just say, just insights. That's a command. Just insights. Don't do my job. Okay, these are people who feel threatened by your work, that you are trying to essentially do their job for them, and they say like, hey, I'm trained, I am the keeper of all of the abilities to do this thing. I see this a lot from the research side as well, where researchers will go, hey, I am the trained researcher, only I am able to do quantitative and qualitative research. You have no skills in this area, stay out of my realm. Both of those situations are completely wrong, but let me show you, in this case, what we do. What we do is we literally take an explicit recommendation and we turn it into a how might we statement. This is my hot tip. So this is the PM saying your idea is dumb. We should build a new entry point for the context when members are actually fatigued. Like this is you saying, I got a great idea. And the PM says, that's dumb. But if you went and said, how might we build a new entry point for the context when members are actually fatigued, question mark, they'll be like, that interesting concept. Let me brainstorm with you and come up with some ideas. This is my hot tip. It's very easy to do. Just change a couple of words and they will be more receptive to your ideas. But you never know who you're going to run into. It will either be like, these aren't actionable, or it will be, don't do my job for me. Okay, that's it. Here's your summary slide. Love language PMs. You've got to speak their language. Is it qual? Is it quant? Is it empathy? Is it data? Is it behavioral data? Is it all three? Figure it out. I heard a great quote yesterday from one of the presenters who said, quite often, cross-functional partners will try to convince you of something using the language that they are most convinced by, right? So if they come to you and say, hey, check out this, this metric I pulled from SQL about how often people do this thing that I'm interested in changing, then the next time you convince them, go to SQL and find a metric to prove your point as well. Okay, second, N of 1, plant seeds for inception. The key here is to constantly be feeding in things that you hear right off the bat. Have the Slack thread, like the old days where we would have docs that everyone would take notes in. Constantly be streaming live thoughts as your one-on-one conversations go in qualitative research. Do summaries constantly, make sure they get in front of them, and make those people feel like the ideas are theirs. Ultimately, it doesn't matter who gets credit here. What matters most is the end users, right? Okay, the third, the CPMO, make sure the exec does it and make sure the exec understands the pain. They quite often don't have time to do this. And once they experience the problem, they're going to have the conversation and reprioritize for you, and they will do your job for you. And then the last group is the Paradox PM 1 and 2. Try to bring the first one to life so that they can see it through AI. And the second one is all about reframing with how might we statements. And that is it. Thank you.
All right. Actually, I have a question. Do you find that these PMs, does it hold steady for an individual the whole time you know them, or do you find there's like PMs maybe shift from one to the other?
Oh, yeah. Just like any segmentation, you all do segmentations, right? It's a model, right? It clusters people together into buckets, and some people will be great fits for that segment, some people will be pretty poor fits for that segment, but you have to put everyone into one of those segments. The same applies here. PMs will go in and out of these groups, or they might fit in multiple of the groups. The key is to listen for what it is that they need to hear from you and to figure out the path based on that conversation. What'd you say? Oh, like
Question,
a segmentation.
what do you mean by segments?
Yeah, like a segmentation, like you survey 1,000 people with 50 questions and you do some cluster analysis on the back end and everyone goes into a bucket kind of deal, and then you call them like weekend warrior mom or something. You know what I mean? Okay.
All right, let's grab one question from the audience if we have one over there.
Great talk. I'm really looking forward to the researcher-flavored one next year. Keep an eye out for that. My name is Molly. I'm from Figma. I'm curious about failure modes. So specifically the CPMO, I have a particular person I can imagine, and I can also imagine that that style wouldn't convince them. They'd be like, well, it's easy for me. They're kind of a combo of CPMO and N of 1, maybe. I'm just curious about like failure modes. I don't know if there are other like strategies that you've seen used or other ways that you've seen this, fall apart, and what you would recommend in that case.
It's a good question. I mean, ultimately, they're all people, and they want to be successful. So one thing that we'll do for people like that is we'll throw them a bone early on. Like, they'll ask us specifically for something, and we'll try to be more reactive and do the thing that they want to do to prove that we tend to be worthwhile and that we can help add value for you, and we'll try to make them successful. And then once you sort of have your foot in the door, you can start to bleed more into strategic and proactive stuff. I know there was a talk on this morning, but it's not always like just flip a coin. A lot of the times it's about just like relationship techniques. Just you want to make them feel valued and successful, and then you can start introducing your ideas more successfully.
Brilliant. We actually have, that was a quick answer, so we have time for one more over here.
Hey, Zach. Thanks so much for that great talk. As mentioned earlier, oftentimes our teams have like a pretty low researcher to PM ratio. So on my team, we have one researcher to like 15 PMs, for instance. So what happens when you get conflicting types of PMs that a single researcher has to sort of work on juggling and appeasing and trying to sort of triangulate their questions? And any strategies for that?
Yeah, that's a great question. Our ratio is like between one researcher to 5 and one researcher to 15-ish, depending on who it is. So same boat. Two things. Number one, you get a tiebreaker, and the tiebreaker is quite often who those 15 PMs report into. Like, the way I structure my team is that I try to have a researcher GPM equivalent. So the PMs themselves all report up into a GPM, and they cover a space. Let's say it's I'll just pull one out, like merchant success is or one of the things, or live order experience. That thing that I was showing you on the menu manager, that fits under merchant live order experience. There's a GPM above all of those PMs, and we work with them directly on quarterly basis on prioritization for our path forward, even though we get intake from all of the people that report into them, and we also contribute ideas proactively. Number two is, and that what generally works, is if you think about what the company's North Star is, and then you start moving your way down the chain. What's the company's North Star? What is the product goals for 2025? What is the area's goals for 2025? What is your PM's goals for 2025? And you'll see that there are things that will go to multiple layers, and that will impact multiple layers. So then the conversation becomes, well, we're going to prioritize this because it not only satisfies your PM goal, but is aligned with a company metric that we care the most about, and it's a top 3 priority for your entire space, and that's why we picked this. Those two things generally work the best.
Lovely. Well, Zach, thank you so much for that brilliant talk. Let's give a round of applause to Zach. We can sit, we can chill. I'll dismiss everyone. All right. We're going to take our last break of the day before we have 2 other sessions to round us off. So take a break, grab some more coffee, have some more combos. Come speak to Zach, speak to Molly. We'll see you at 3.
I'm Susie. Respondents simply spend up to 10 minutes chatting with me. What's your biggest financial goal this year?
Saving up to renovate my kitchen.
Thanks for sharing. Why is that so important to you?
The kitchen is the heart of the home. My family always gathers there.
Welcome to a new era in conversational research.
All right, folks, gonna urge you to get back to those seats. We have 2 more sessions before we wrap up an incredible day. So folks who are outside, please make your way back in. And folks who are around all the amazing sponsor tables, you can start to make your way back to the seats. We'll start in a minute.
I totally lied. I am coming back on stage. Maggie sent me up there, up here. Hi, Maggie. As Roy said, we are about to wrap up an incredible research week, and I think we have a few more rounds of applause if we can manage it. First and foremost, to our wonderful hosts who happen to be here today, Heather, Zoe, Roy, Sarah, I know you're not here. All the wonderful folks, Judd, missing one, but I am just too tired to remember what happened on Monday. Another big thank you and round of applause to all of our wonderful speakers throughout the week who taught us so much about research. Please give it up. One final and quick thank you once again, and I keep stressing this because, again, we just literally could not put this on without them. Thank you again for the sponsors who have invested so much in our community, and we're so grateful, and we will continue to invest in you, and we hope you come back again next year, and if you don't, we'll be really sad. Thank you to the sponsors! We love you all. We appreciate you all, and with that, I think, oh yeah, the volunteers. Guys, you were killed it, volunteers. We had some serious volunteer security going on, bouncing out all the people who shouldn't be here. They're like, no. Are you a researcher? Are you excited about research? This place is not for you. If you don't know that, okay. Anyway, you guys are amazing. So with that, if I don't get to see you all again after this, thank you so much for coming. It's been so wonderful seeing you. Have a wonderful rest of your day, week, and I can't wait to see you all again next year. Please give it up for Roy.
Okay, we got 2 more sessions. 2 more sessions. 2 more opportunities for you to not work. To not focus on the Slack DMs and the emails or the pagers. Anyone still have a pager? I think pagers are coming back, right? If I'm correct. So if you have a pager, shout out to you. But hey, let's focus. So, if you have been living the last few years, you know what it's been like when a company changes in a moment. Many of us have experienced that. And I think just the reality of business is many of us, maybe hopefully not many of us, a few of us are probably going to experience it in some way in the coming years. But there's a way to be thinking about this, and a way in which we can be thoughtful about what it's like to operate in environments where businesses give us surprises out of nowhere. So today, we're going to learn about how to pivot and not perish, and Reggie's going to teach us how. So let's give a warm UXRConf welcome to Reggie.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I like that. Give it up for the DJ. I don't think we've clapped for the DJ. I like that. I like that. Hello, everyone. I am Reggie, and I have one question for everybody in the room. That includes vendors and AV, everybody, and everybody on the live stream. I have one question for you. By show of hands, do you remember what it feels like to start a new job? Everybody should be raising their hands. Okay, great. You know what this feeling feels like, especially if it took you a while to find a job, right? Yeah, those bills do not pay themselves, right? Now, you remember that feeling that you had when you started that job the first couple of weeks. You know, you have that sense of excitement. Your new coworkers are sending you those welcome to the team shout outs on Slack. You know, you get those happy emojis on Slack, and especially if you're in person, as many of us all are, you get those high fives, people are dapping you up as you go to the desk. You're feeling all the love, you're feeling all the feels, you're feeling all this good energy. You know, it's new beginnings, right? You're developing new relationships, and you're feeling like you can capture all the opportunities of that new job, all of the things. What a great feeling it is to start a new job, right? Now, that's exactly how I felt 3 years ago when I started at Zendesk. I was so excited. I was just so excited to just leap into this new opportunity for my career. But can you imagine that after a few weeks, you start this job, you're getting settled in, you are organizing your 500 Slack channels, you're doing all those things. Just as you are getting excited and gaining momentum, imagine getting a Slack message that says your company will soon be acquired by private equity, and you're going from public to private. Yeah, that was me, July 2022. And I have to say, the news just rolled into my mind like a raging storm on the seas. I mean, I was like, what the bleep? I mean, I felt all of this, all of these emotions in the first 15 minutes. I'm like, holy bleep. You know, I can't believe this bleep. What in the bleep is happening? Bleepity bleep bleep bleep. Now, look, I've been working in tech for a while. You know, I've been around the block a few times. I've seen a lot of change in companies, but I did not expect this. You know, this took me because I just left Twitter for this job. I mean, come on, I already left a looming bleep show. I mean, I didn't need any more chaos or problems in my life. I mean, this was really hard. This news shook me. You know, I've been doing this for 20 years. And I'm like, oh my God, how did I get myself into this? Well, let's keep it real now. Leaving Twitter when I did was a good life decision, to say the least, but it just felt like the ground had shifted under my feet. You know, how did I get myself caught up into this, into another a public to private company acquisition situation? I mean, it was really unnerving. But, you know, I took a moment to breathe and started thinking, just like Roy said, like anywhere you work these days, you know, you just have to be prepared for something to change at any moment, especially if you plan on having a career in tech. I mean, you have to be prepared to pivot. You know, it's sometimes you have to be prepared to pivot into an unknown direction. So what was I going to do with this news? I mean, shoot, I couldn't sit around and worry about it. You know, I had to lead a team. I had to develop relationships. I had a new product to learn. I mean, you know, people were counting on me to provide guidance, direction, and leadership. Did I feel anxious? Yes. I mean, was I concerned about starting a new job, just as a company was going from public to private? You bet. I mean, I just left a place where I knew everybody was about to get laid off, and they did. So I was very concerned. But, as I think about it, this talk isn't about how to just survive when a company goes through some type of significant change. No, this talk is for any researcher at any company who is facing new changes, any change at all, like whatever they may be, budget cuts, reorgs, leadership change. This talk is about how to thrive no matter what the change you're in is. Because let's face it, this is the honest truth. Researchers around the world, everybody in this room who's a researcher and everybody on the live stream, the truth is researchers around the world are being asked to do more with less. This is real talk. This is the way it is. Our discipline, we've seen it recently, we're not immune to the decisions that companies have to make as a result of macroeconomic pressures. We either adapt or we get left behind. That's real. And I read somewhere, either you step into the change or the change is going to happen to you. So this talk is for researchers, no matter the situation, how you can pivot to become essential, strategic drivers of company success. And I hope you walk away with some ideas today for how to do that. Now, but spoiler alert, nothing I'm going to tell you is new. I have borrowed all these ideas, okay? So now let's go back in time a little bit. In the first few months that I was at Zendesk, a couple of things stood out to me about how our UX research team was operating. First, while some of our research programs were aligned to key company initiatives, most were not. That's a problem. Nearly half of our research was tactical. You've heard a lot of people this week talking about that. We spent a lot of time working at the end of the product development lifecycle, at the validation stage. Now, if you are a research team and you want to have max influence, working with your majority of your work being at the validation stage, that's not where you want to be. The second thing I realized was that while our researchers were connecting with some of our key stakeholders, we weren't consistently connected to all of them. And what I mean by that is that we weren't connecting with them in ways that fostered real, true cross-functional collaboration and partnership. I mean, we weren't leveraging our talent, skills, and expertise in the right way. So in other words, it's like we were in meetings, but we weren't in the right meetings with the right people at the right time, and that's important. And this minimized our opportunities to provide strategic guidance to our stakeholders, such as, helping them figure out what problems to solve for our customers. Now look, going from public to private did not cause any of these issues. I mean, they were already there, but it forced us to fix them. Because, hey, look, when a PE firm requires a new company, the one thing that you can count on is that focus sharpens fast. That's what happens. Now, we were fortunate at Zendesk to be acquired by a PE firm that is focused on long-term growth, and building for the future. Very excited about that. Not all PE firms work that way. But over the course of the next 12 to 18 months, our company began to focus on several key priorities. And we had to shift our research team's operations and how we worked to map directly to these priorities. But we faced a critical question that I'm sure everybody in this room is facing right now, or you will soon face, and that is, how do you maintain high quality, impactful UX research when resources are tighter and expectations are higher? How do you do that? It's like walking on a tightrope. It is, literally. Like, how can you expect to have more impact when you don't have new headcount? You have flat year-over-year software spend, flat T&E. Like, we could not work any harder. Our team couldn't work any harder. We had to work smarter. So these changes that were happening at the company, these new constraints, you know what they did for us? They became catalysts for our reinvention. And that was very exciting. So, I say this, pivoting is just part of the maturing process of a UX researcher. It's part of the maturing process of a UX research team. This is where we were. We had to lean all into it. So today I'm going to talk about 3 shifts that we made. Now, this isn't a comprehensive list. We instituted a number of strategies to help us operate in a better way, but I'm just going to share with you the most important ones. All right, first, we aligned our research to company OKRs and product team OKRs. All right, here's how we did that. Now, we couldn't continue, you saw this slide earlier, we couldn't continue to operate like this. It just wasn't sustainable. We needed to pivot from this to something more like this. And let me show you how we did it. Now, this is an illustration. This is our research team and the areas where each researcher is aligned. These aren't real Zendesk researchers, all right? And these aren't AI researchers. These are actually real photos of real people, but just not our team. Illustration purposes only. All right, we were very intentional about how we constructed this alignment. We prioritized our work, and these aren't even the number of OKRs that we have at the company level, but we prioritized our work to have the biggest impact on our company's most important initiatives, OKR 1, 2, 3, and 4. So our researchers, as you can see here, are directly aligned to them. Now, we remain flexible and we made adjustments throughout the year given the needs of the business, but this really helped us really solidify where we were aligned in the organization. So we created this map and it really truly helped us to focus. Now, second, during the roadmap planning process, which I think many of your companies may have, the product organization team, they then create their level 2 OKRs and their key initiatives. We are involved in that process, and then we aligned our UX researcher to partner with all of the cross-functional partners for each level 2 OKR. Now, not shown here is the PM, the design lead, the product marketing manager, all of those folks. They're not listed here, but what we did was we created this alignment map. We shared it with shared it in all the appropriate Slack channels, of course. We shared it at all hands meetings, just so everyone knows who the researcher is, what they're working on, which initiatives, and all of the against all of these OKRs. And this really changed the game for us. Researchers were now in all the key meetings. All right, they were invited now to all the key meetings where product strategy is discussed. They had one-on-ones with all the cross-functional leads, right? And then we began to build a system that was really working for us. Now, notice when I used the word partner. Partner. We partner with our cross-functional teams. We do not support them. We do not provide support. Now, you say, oh, these are semantics, but this is real. It's very important because words do matter. When you support, they can call you up, and it's reactive. But I think Brad talked about this, when you partner, you're strategic. You are working alongside them, and there is a difference. So we were proactively involved in the key conversations now. Now these were relatively small but targeted changes, but they made all the difference for us. So now, every project had to be tied to an OKR. No OKR, no project. Can I say that again so everybody in the room understands this and on the stream? No OKR? No project. Nobody on the stream heard you. No OKR? No. That's it. Now I know this is extreme. This is provocative intentionally. This is a good default position to be in. This is what we had to be in. We are a team of 12. Small research teams striving to have max impact. You have to draw the line somewhere. You can't fit 10 pounds of sugar in a 5-pound bag. It doesn't work that way. You've got to draw the line somewhere. So in these last 3 years, we've just been very strategic in how we do this. Now, before you say it, this is too extreme. I know that there are exceptions, all right? While we make sure our work is aligned and focused on OKRs. We've built some flexibility into this because, let's face it, research is not linear. We know that. We do take on projects that may not map cleanly to the OKRs, like when, new questions pop up or emerge during analysis or workshops, and it may reveal some critical gaps in our knowledge that we don't know. So yes, we'll partner with that. Early discovery work for 0 to 1 projects, yeah, research needs to be nestled into those conversations. Time-sensitive launch, yeah, sometimes the product team really needs some quick insight to inform a product decision. So we stayed flexible, but we always asked the question, which OKR could this research ultimately help drive? All right, so we aligned our work to the company priorities and OKRs. We're now partnering very closely with our cross-functional partners. We're in the meetings we're supposed to be in. But then we started thinking, how can we truly elevate how we operate strategically within the organization? So here are two ways that we do it, two things that we installed. And again, these aren't new. This exercise is called I Wish I Knew. And we wanted to we were already working now more closely with our cross-functional partners, and we wanted to find a scalable process that we could deploy when product teams were sort of struggling to articulate critical knowledge gaps that they had about what their customers are thinking. So we launched I Wish I Knew. Not my idea, borrowed this from another company I work for. We pooled the cross-functional leadership together and asked them one basic question. What do you wish you knew about customers' experience doing, experience using our messaging product? What critical customer questions do you still not know the answers to that could help inform a product decision? So this is a really easy exercise. It's actually most effective at the beginning of roadmap planning, or at the start of a project that, it's an ambiguous space, a lot of uncertainty around who the customer is that you're designing for, or what the problem is that you're actually designing for. I know you probably can't read all of the words on this slide. This is just for illustration purposes. So you see here, you get a bunch of Post-it notes together. It's design thinking 101. You give your teammates some instructions. It takes them about 10 or 15 minutes to jot down their questions. And here they go. They jot down the questions. And the researcher, you do like a little mini thematic analysis, and you move the questions. You identify some common themes. Again, design thinking exercise. Everybody votes on it. And then, voila, you can now prioritize them. Now, this takes about an hour to do, maybe an hour and a half. And it's nice to do it in person if you can, if all your team is together. But we've been doing it virtually. We use Figma or Miro or some other collaboration tool that works. You can also do it async. Like, we are globally distributed. So we have folks in Singapore all the way to Estonia, Serbia, Berlin, everywhere. So sometimes we have to set it up as an async exercise, and it works. You can have a lot of impact with this. It's really interesting, and it surprised me how much impact it was having, especially when you're joining a new team as a researcher. This really works then. You can create, it's a way to sort of jumpstart your learning about the known unknowns with your team. It's just one of many methods that you can use to present yourself, again, as a strategic partner to your stakeholders. The second thing we started focusing on is our writing. We began incorporating what I call POVs into research reports. Now, let me explain this. It's another thing I borrowed from another company I work for. As researchers, we're so used to writing recommendations, findings and recommendations. And when you think about a recommendation, it's based on answering the question that you formulated when you designed the research program. Now, when you think about a POV is what you think should be done as a next step, not just based on the research that you conducted, but on all the information that you've come to learn about the focus of the research. So your POV brings together all of the various perspectives that you've covered, like the behavioral data, all the competitive trends, market research, historical data, anecdotal stuff, past research. Your POV connects it all together to a point where you're able to assert an opinion. It's a POV, an opinion about what your product team should or shouldn't do, what they should build or shouldn't build, what they should ship or shouldn't ship. This made a huge difference. This is just another made-up example of what it looks like. It's simple, but it had a lot of impact. This is like our post-research elevator pitch, I call it. It's the first slide of our decks. And it's simple. Create an image. We've got the research POV right there in the middle, some supporting insights. Again, this is a made-up example. Don't laugh at it. It's made to be funny. We're still maturing in how we do this, but we want to make sure that our POVs are confident, clear, grounded in logic, and it connects all the dots. So this I Wish I Knew exercise and writing clearer, more direct POVs were two ways that we really tried to elevate our influence at Zendesk. Now, another audience participation activity. By show of hands, how many of you are on a team of 5 or less? Okay, wow. Okay, now, how many of you are a team of 1? I know there are a few of you in here. Okay, so those of you who are on the team of 1, do you ever recognize this? When you look at all the people that work at your company and they're coming to you, do you ever feel like everybody's coming to you with their hands up asking you a question? Yeah, it may feel like that. I mean, we're a team of 12, and we do feel like this. And they're asking you one question. Has your team ever conducted a research project on blah, blah, blah? I'm like, really? Like, this true story. Someone a couple months ago asked me this. They said, hey, Reggie, they slacked me. Has your team conducted any research on how our customers are using AI? I'm like, oh my God. I mean, the snark in me really wanted to say it. I wanted to say it, but I held it back. But I really did say, nah, we're having capacity issues. We'll get to that next quarter. But I didn't say it. I didn't say it. But it's, it happens. You feel like you have all these questions that are bombarding you. And 3 years ago, when I joined Zendesk and I joined my team, we have 200 plus Scrum teams. And saying that there's no way that we can sit there at our Ask UX Research Slack channel and monitor it all day. We can't. We do not have that capacity. Now, these are well-intentioned questions from well-meaning PMs and designers, all right? And we want to help. But 3 years ago, we were just pulled in too many directions, and it was distracting us from the work that we were conducting that was aligned to OKRs. Like, this wasn't an efficient way to operate, and we weren't being strategic. So we needed to do two things. We needed to scale the intelligence that we already have, and then build a program to increase our research capacity and enable non-researchers to conduct research. Okay, I hear some groans. I know you're groaning. Look, I wasn't sold on it. I wasn't bought into it. Trust me, I was democratizing research. No, but I'll show you how we did it without minimizing our research influence and expertise. So I'll show you that in a second. So let's start with the scaling our knowledge. And many of you, I know you've done this already, but think 3 years ago, we really weren't, our operation wasn't to the point where I thought that our research repository was where it needed to be. For it to be a true, searchable, comprehensive database, I wanted to make sure every single research report we had conducted to date was in this database. Now, this isn't what it looks like on Confluence. I'm trying not to throw shade. I'm really trying not to throw shade. I had to make this one up. But you can see, this is what we do put out. Now we have a comprehensive database, and it has all the information in it, our research POV, top insights. We also record short videos when we can with our TLDR, and that really works really effective, especially with senior leadership who they don't want to read a report. So a 2.5-minute, 3-minute video with a TLDR that summarizes the POV, it works like a charm. It's awesome. We wanted to make sure, as I said, that every piece of research that we had conducted to date is available and searchable and accessible to everybody in the company. Now we're exploring ways to attach this to our Gen AI system so that it can automate through Slack. We're not there yet. I'm trying to accelerate that process. I think there's more that we can do there, but we're going to get there. So second, let's talk about democratization. Like, I know it's a hot topic, pros and cons on both sides, but we're a team of 12. I had to step back, think strategically, and I believe now, if done right, you can have a successful program without diluting the skills and expertise of your team. Now, I know this is not a very pretty look, but I'm going to share with you, this is our DIY training program that we created. And what's different about ours from others that I have seen is that it resides in our company's learning management system. All right, so we worked with that team to build 5 training modules, as you can see, that there are like 20, 30-minute videos across these topics. And in order to access our user testing license, so we provision all the licenses if somebody that's a non-researcher wants to conduct research themselves, DIY, they have to go through this training course and be officially certified. And you can't get any more official than the learning management system. I mean, this is the same system that our company uses to do the code of ethics training, your harassment training, your phishing scam training, and all that stuff. You have to go to this in order to get certified to use our research systems and tools at Zendesk. And so that's where we put enough friction in there. So you got to be serious. You can't just trip and fall into doing research with our tools at Zendesk. You can't do it. Now, this is basic research 101, all right, that we're teaching them in this training module. We're not teaching them how to build surveys and do fancy multivariate regression analysis. That's not happening. We're not going to do that. This is basic user interview kinds of stuff, how to ask better questions, how to avoid big mistakes, and most importantly, when to call us. And what's interesting is that some of them try to get certified, and they finish up and they start the research, and they go, oh man, I can't do this. And so I'm like, hey, now you see. So, don't think that, you can just, as I said, trip and fall into being a researcher. No, it doesn't work that way. But most of the projects are simple. They're validation exercises, things that PMs can do. And we're okay. We keep an eye on it. But let me tell you something. Enabling some designers and well-intentioned PMs to do it, it really multiplied our impact. I mean, it was amazing. So the first year, we saw a 52% increase in the number of foundational research projects that our team was able to conduct. Like at that time I had 9 ICs, and it was amazing. And we spent now twice as much time in the discovery phases of the product development lifecycle. Huge win for us. And the vast majority of those research requests that come in, we were able to deflect them to the self-service channel, and it worked really, really well. So what did we do to pivot? We aligned our work to OKRs, we elevated our strategic influence, and we created more access to the information that we have, and we enabled teams to self-serve on low-risk research projects. Now look, you can all do this the same. You probably have already done some of these things, but it's about having focus, and that's what we did. So I'm just gonna say this now. If you don't remember anything else in this talk, remember this. Stop working on projects that are not tied to company priorities. Stop. Just stop today. They don't matter. No OKR. There you go. All right. If it doesn't drive, listen, if it doesn't drive impact, it doesn't deserve your time. It doesn't. It doesn't deserve your effort. Tie your research programs to the work that matters the most at your company, the work that drives your company's business strategy. Everything else is noise. Now, our story at Zendesk is still being told. Like, we've had a lot of impact. I'm excited because the projects that our CEO has shared that he worries about every single day, I'm proud to say we have a researcher partnered with the product teams on every single one of those projects. That's super exciting. I'm proud of that. But we have more work to do. There's more impact that I think that we can have. And we will pivot as much as we need to in order to make that happen. We're still owned by private equity. Yeah, we're still facing tight budgets. We're still navigating reorgs and leadership changes and everything else. Like, change is happening. But you know what? These changes didn't break us. They're not breaking us, and they don't have to break you. They have sharpened us, and they have forced us to really focus. So I will say this as I close, that none of what I have shared with you today is going to help you, is going to guarantee job security, right? There's no such thing as job security. But what I hope it does is give you something more powerful, and that's career confidence. Confidence to be creative and resilient when things are unclear, like it was for me 3 years ago. To stay grounded when everything seems like it's changing and shifting underneath you. To know how to work, to know how to think strategically in your roles as researchers. To know how to make your research matter. That's how we've thrived at Zendesk, and that's how you can too. Thank you very much. This is how to reach me.
Let's take a seat for a sec. That was brilliant, really invigorating. I have many thoughts, but
go ahead.
I would love
no research. No OKR, no research. Talk about that.
No, I love the journey that you're on. You're still on it, and I love they also open about that, right?
Yeah.
This is what you found to be effective, and we're going to see how things unfold. But thank you so much for sharing that journey.
Welcome. You're welcome.
Let's take one question from the audience, because I'd love to hear one. Anyone have a question for Reggie? Because if not, I do. No, go on right there.
That was so comprehensive. Right.
Hi.
Hey.
Amazing talk.
Thank you.
I am curious to hear a little bit more about the 0 to 1 initiatives on the team. And so thinking about not the OKRs of today, but maybe the OKRs of the future, and how you equip your team to think about inspiring what metrics the company might care about maybe in 1 or 2 years.
There are opportunities that we have to work on those projects. They spin up in different ways at the company now. I mean, the company right now is really focused on some very specific lines of work. And what I try to encourage the team, and I coach the team to do, is just to be flexible and understand how to identify when a 0 to 1 opportunity could come to play. So I think the team now is really excited when the research sort of takes them into kind of an unknown area. And they are focused on really trying to help the product leadership, the design leadership, just figure out what those problems, the customer problems could be. I mean, obviously every company's focus is on AI now, but we have some smaller things internally that I think are interesting places for us to create some white space. So we don't have necessarily a playbook for how we do it. It's just for the researcher to be open and cognizant of the opportunity when it presents itself that, hey, this is the research that we've come up with, but boy, these other areas could be interesting for us to advance our knowledge and also advance what we could potentially do with the product. So it's just very important just to have that awareness. And I think once we start there, you can then figure it out after that.
That's lovely. All right. I'm sure many of us will have many more questions for you, Reggie. Thank you so much for that brilliant talk.
Thank you.
I want to give a round of applause to Reggie.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, buddy. There you go.
Okay, folks. We are down to the last, but definitely not the least, session. Something we've been talking about, I think, all through the week in various forms, is how sort of generic outputs and experiences are just not the thing anymore, right? And what I'm excited to learn about today from Jennifer is how we can use this real data to get better data. So, without much further ado, Jennifer, why don't you come to the stage, give a warm welcome for this last session of the day.
Thank you. Thanks. Hi, I'm Jennifer. I've somehow landed here to be your last speaker of the day, and I hope I can hold your attention with a topic that I'm very passionate about. Prototypes. Prototypes are probably one of the most common things that we use in our practice, especially as UX researchers, as our stimuli in our sessions, especially in pre-launch scenarios. However, so often we are overlooking just getting the prototype that our designer handed off to us that might be like pixel perfect, the ideal experience, and thinking really hard about things like the protocol, the recruit, the moderation guide, and not thinking about how the information that's actually within our prototypes shapes how we're doing those sessions and the insights that we're getting and bringing to our teams. I really think this is an area that we need to think about up-leveling ourselves in as a practice, and I'm gonna give you so many practical tips about that today. But first, I'm going to talk about one of my other passions, hamburgers. I love hamburgers. Have since I was a kid. Specific to a smash burger, Beeps Burgers out here in San Francisco. If you're looking for some place to eat tonight, I think it's great. And I thought that I would use this example for you today of another thing that I will probably do this evening, which is like DoorDash a burger to my place after a long week of learning for a special treat. And I wanted to take you on a journey with me as I search for a burger and how the data within the stimuli shapes my reactions. So let's begin. All right, let's imagine I'm the research participant here and I am shown, welcome to Caliber Burgers. Caliber Burgers looks delightful. They have invested in their marketing photography here. This looks very much like something like my designers would pass me if I worked here, like, wonderful. I will go onward. Let me see what this has to offer. Oh my God, this burger is $25? I mean, I am really into burgers, but $9.99 was kind of more what I was hoping for ordering to my doorstep. Maybe $25 would work in a dine-in sort of experience, but this is not for me. I must move on. Let's go to the next example. Jenny's Burger, great name. However, see, Jenny's Burgers, this isn't speaking to me. I can even just tell with this cover image, which is probably taken with an iPhone, that this is some lackluster looking kind of French fries. This burger looks a little sad to me. I don't think that this is for me. The one thing that is actually catching my eyes is somehow this is the number 5 burger in San Francisco, and I just really don't believe that to be true. I want more information, but not about how I'm gonna order this burger tonight. Final scenario. Let's imagine a researcher presents me with this. Sushi, maybe I want sushi tonight. Thing is, I don't want sushi tonight. I don't eat fish. So if I were presented this in a research session, I would probably come up with something very people-pleasing, like, oh, you know, like 2 for 1 for fish sounds like kind of a terrible idea from what I've heard about freshness of fish. Just try to move on, answer the next question, okay? Hopefully you get my point here. The things that we are showing to our participants in research sessions, the images, the prices, the contents, sometimes which are like lorem ipsum, right, are not doing justice to seeking the insights that we're trying to get. We really need to be more strategic about the data that we're putting into our prototypes. The reason for this is really, especially in a pre-launch scenario where you're not showing public information yet or able to readily bring in information that you might have live on the site, is because we're bound to this world of hypotheticals, okay? And we're trying to give insights on what that reality is going to be for our users come that fateful launch day. And we're bound in the world of hypotheticals. We're not really necessarily getting at the meat of those insights. I kind of come to think of, sometimes we just have to use mediocre data. But mediocre data can lead to mediocre results. I think that we've all seen this. If you show someone, a beautiful caliber burger for every sort of single experience they'd see and everything has the right price point, you're not getting the richness and texture there. You're getting probably mediocre results. And in worst case scenarios, you're actually getting misinformation. I think people have been, myself included, have been in things where you might be in such a hypothetical sort of scenario at the research phase that you're not putting enough real information that you can actually mislead your team. Yikes. Bad situation. We don't want to be misleading our stakeholders. And that's why I'm trying to prompt us to do something further. But of course, if this was so easy, why aren't we doing this today? It's like, of course, this is so easy. Why aren't we doing this today? I have several excuses that I have said and would like to share with you, and then share with you how you can get past them. The first that I've said definitely before, it's like, I don't have the data. The data lives in some very off their table with my organization, and I just don't know where it is, and I'm not a data scientist. Sorry. I'm not a designer. You don't want to put me in Figma. It's really going to mess things up. So that's great, but I don't know how you're going to ask me to do 8 distinct prototypes for 8 different participants in next week's sessions. And then one that ties to both of these, I don't have the time. Of course, none of us have time, right? I don't have time to do new tasks or learn new skills. I think that we actually can, though, work differently, and I think it's time to work differently. And in the spirit of working differently, I am going to show you a timeline of kind of how a typical research project might go in the shape of a burger. I'm really leaning in here. To how you can have some practical tips in your next research project to be thinking about how you can actually do things just a little bit differently to overcome those barriers that I just spoke about, okay? So first, let's start with planning. In the planning phase, like any research project, it's important to bring the team together. And when I say the team, I'm specifically thinking of when you're talking with your product manager, your designers, your data scientists, your engineers. Bringing them together, not just about the research brief, but about the importance of why you believe you need to have real data in this study, why that's going to actually change your insights and results. Little spoiler here, this is also the time that you can try to get the resources of folks to help you with that might unblock you on things like, I don't have the data, I don't know where it lives, or I'm not a designer. This is the time to start getting that sort of buy-in, okay? The other thing that's really important in the plan phase is locate the data that matters. I completely understand, creating 8 custom prototypes for an individual study, potentially more, is a tall order. And so you need to, like anything, locate where you're going to focus on the data that's going to matter to your particular study at hand. And so, I was searching for dinner for tonight, but you might be doing several different things depending on whatever your project you're working on. So maybe you are working for a budgeting app or something in finance. Maybe it's about a search query. Maybe it's about browsing social media content. These are all different sorts of examples where you might need to bring in different data. What I have found, there are a couple of kind of specific things that repeatedly come up that prompt different responses from users in sessions, and those are prices. The price point of something matters to you in context if you have a budget, right? So like, I don't want a $25 burger tonight, maybe a different time, but I want a $9.99 burger tonight. People respond really differently when they have skin in the game and a budget in mind for a specific like task, action, or checkout. So this is a time when it's really worth investing in. Another one is like search results. If I'm searching for a burger, I don't know or want to talk to you about sushi. Like, it's not, you need to be actually searching for something where you can give feedback on the results that would actually be meaningful to whatever you're, like the task that you're doing. And then also user-generated content. And this could be, kind of, I showed like an Instagram post. This could be like an Instagram post where, maybe they're not looking at quilts. Maybe they're actually like really into like Taylor Swift's latest or something like that. You want to speak to whatever they are going for. It can also be not user-generated content in the like sense of social media. It can be the user-generated content from like steps on a dashboard for like a health app, or like the prices that you would saw on that budgeting app that's still kind of generated by that person, and they're going to react to it differently when they kind of are indexing on content that's meaningful to them. I'll also call out, this isn't for every study. As should be said, this is a heavy lift of investment to get better insights and isn't necessarily applicable if you're like reviewing a home page that isn't going to be variable by user to user. So we're all professionals here. I'll leave it to you to decide, but now would be the time before you go further. Next, recruiting. This is a really important phase because you're going to need to, I had a digging little emoji here that didn't come through for you. Sorry, guys. But you're going to need to pull the data per participant because that's really important. Remember how I was talking about like the tables that you might have at your company. You might have like search history of people, or you might have what sorts of like prices or things you might be looking for in different things. You're going to want to pull that data per participant if you can. I often partner with a data scientist for that because that is not always my area of expertise to dig really deep into those tables to get that. I understand sometimes those resources aren't available, but there is always something at your disposal, and that is the screener. You can always ask for data in the screener. There's no excuse here, right? We can all do this. So you can ask for this data in the screener by just asking simple questions. You don't need to get the exact data all the time. You could just say, like, what's your budget? So that you then input into those designs a realistic budget for that person or an unrealistic budget, like depending on what you're trying to do here. You could say, what have you been searching for online? So you actually show them relevant content for stuff that they actually have been searching for and want to engage with and are going to have an opinion on. Similarly, what sorts of posts have you been interested in lately, and really zero in on what they're going to respond to and have an opinion about. Another reason I would say, even if you can pull the data, I would recommend still asking some of these questions because you are going to, in the proctor phase, present them with something that's quite personalized. And that could be like borderline creepy if you haven't put together the fact that like we do have all of that data stored on you and we're presenting it to you. It just brings a little bit more of kind of bringing the participant along on the journey that you're going to be showing them a very personalized experience. Next, design. This can be a really intimidating phase. You need to plug all this data that you collected into the design, and if you're like me with Figma, it's like not, gonna go very well. So, and I'm often passed something from my designers that is beautiful. Just like, these ones, they're launch ready sorts of images. And so it can be really, it's like, okay, so, am I gonna like copy and paste all of these? Or like, designer who is working on 1 million other things, could you please like spend 2 whole days creating 8 custom prototypes for my study? That's usually not something that's available to you. Fortunately, there are actually tools that can help you do this. So like this is one that I've just like pulled. Google Sheet Sync, this is a Figma plugin. There's tons of Figma plugins and things like this. I encourage you to like push yourselves and your designers to find solutions to this. In this plugin, what you can do is you have your Google Sheet with your information, and your designer can create just like one Figma prototype that they then have the different components for your different data points, and it's as simple as kind of like refreshing to the row that you have that you need. I've used tools like this to make like designs very quickly with my designers without ever touching Figma personally. The other thing is, I think we so often are like, we're at this like high fidelity phase. But you can actually write the data on paper. And I've done this before. I think we often say like, oh, paper is for the early concepting phase. But you can use paper really anytime. You could also do this like on a Google slide. But I've done in studies, I've actually taken the beautiful Figma design, printed it out. You can use just a little whiteout for whatever that key data point is, like a price or whatever that sort of thing might be. And you can just write it in. It'll give you that more realistic response that we're looking for without totally doing disservice to the fidelity of the design. Finally, in proctoring. So when you're proctoring it, as I mentioned, the one thing I would say is like prepare your participants a little bit. I don't have this as step, so plan per participant and prepare your participant. Prepare your participant a little bit by saying like when they come, when I transition into the individual session, I'll say something like, we've actually customized these prototypes just for you, kind of based on their conversation, because it can be a little bit jarring to see potentially personal information, immediately on someone else's computer screen when you're going into sessions. So that's one part of planning for participants. Another thing is every single session is actually going to be a little different, right? Because you have all these individual prototypes. So like participant 1 might be a burger searcher, then you have a sushi searcher, then you have someone searching for pizza. It's super important to stay organized here because you don't want to show the wrong person the wrong thing. So if it's in Figma, I've just had my designers do something like a simple kind of dashboard for me that's on a separate page that maps to like participant 1, and I know participant 1's burger, okay. Participant 2, oh, okay, they're sushi person. Participant 3 is like, so you're able to do all of that. It's also super important if you're doing things that would actually leak personal information, participant to participants for privacy reasons, like paramount to invest in keeping these things straight. If you're doing paper, I just keep little physical folders for each of my participants. I feel very lab coat-like with that scenario. So this is just how you can go ahead and make sure that you stay organized during this phase. Finally, moving on to insights, the insights that you're going to be, doing synthesis and things like that are pretty similar that you would be doing for any study that you might be doing, but you're going to probably be getting richer insights, right? That you're going to be getting since they had these real prototypes that they were interacting with. And what you're actually going to do, which I am not usually a proponent of, but I am in this case, is I would love you to call out the method in some way, shape, or form until it is common practice that we're all using real data in our prototypes. Because your partners might not have followed along on your journey of all of these sessions, and so they're just seeing whatever your output is. There are different ways that you can do this. You can, just show a video and with the real data being in there, and I'll just call out afterwards. I'll say like, this participant had this sort of experience, and this is actually with the real data that they would be seeing come launch. I get a whole different reaction from my stakeholders of like, oh, wow. When they know that it's the real data, it's not placeholder data that they're seeing. And it's also a great time for you then to kind of close the loop with those partners at the beginning who might not have been as eager to partner with you because they didn't have time or whatever. They will find time next time when they're impressed by the insights and they're bought into this process. So this is the way that by socializing that we're starting to make this a practice that we regularly put real data in my prototypes with my stakeholders. I'll say, oh, we could do that study in 2 weeks with placeholder data. Give me 3 weeks, we could do real data. And can you give me that data science resource? Give me that designer for just like a day? Oh yeah, oh, that's worth it to you? Great, we'll do it. So that's another reason why you're going to want to call out this insights phase, just like what was produced from what was put in to get more help in the future. So we have built a burger, you guys. That is a lot of practical tips for you that I really hope you can use in future studies. But if you're going to take away just one thing here, it's really, don't be mediocre. Let's not. I think that the whole thesis of so many of these talks is different ways that we can be up-leveling our practice. The specificity of my talk has been about prototypes. And for prototypes, what that means is up-leveling our prototypes with the data that we're putting into them. So I really think that this is something that's quite achievable given the tactics that I've spelled out. I'm very passionate about this, if you haven't been able to tell. And so please come up and talk to me afterwards or share your tips of how I can be implementing your tips on these as we go forward. So thank you so much. Thank you to learners. And I will be having a burger this evening. Should I go to? I took the burger away. Oh. Can we get Roy a mic?
Yeah. Another mic? Oh,
Oh,
there we
we
go.
got it. We got it.
Perfect. I love the burgers. I feel like one is in my near future as well. One thing I was thinking very practically as you were talking was, I know someone sitting here, someone online thinking, I want to bake this in. Just thinking about like the time investment for doing this. Well, what would you advise someone to like keep in mind when it comes to, okay, I want to experiment with this. How should I be thinking this in terms of like how I invest my time, my research timeline, everything? Because the first time you do something is always like
100%. I think that's such a great question. Thank you. So I would say this is, right, if you're experimenting with any new method, I would use it on a project where you have maybe, I have found that I've been able to take the time down on this because I do it repeatedly. But maybe the first time that I did it, it would take maybe an additional week to week and a half to bake into your timeline. So that would be what I would say. That also hugely depends on if you're lining up resources of help or whatnot. I would also say then, because if you're gonna stretch your timeline anytime, like don't do it on the most urgent project in the world. And really, I guess what I'm trying to reinforce with that insights piece is this is a muscle. It's not something that you do once and stop. It's like something, I laid out some methods that, I thought were practically accessible to everyone, but I have done more advanced things with like prototype engineers and stuff like that our teams have started building as muscles. And so what I really encourage you to do is find a project where you have enough runway of at least like an extra week to week and a half, where you have real data that will actually like matter to the outcomes of your study, and socialize it in the process, because that's going to speed you up over time and start building the muscle of the team. And the team will start, my teams ask for this now. They say like, oh, can we do this with real data? What would it take?
I love that. We have some time for questions from the room here. One in the back.
Hi, thanks so much for this thoughtful talk. I'm really struck by this idea of real data and the richness of insights that you might get from presenting these really relevant, personally relevant prototypes to your participants. One of the things that I wondered if you had any thoughts on was how you ensure that your participants are getting stimuli that are kind of comparable to one another. In other words, like how do you consider whether you're testing the same thing across participants
Oh, that's a great
when
question.
you're customizing? Thanks.
Yeah. Generally, I'm trying to think of like where I've done that is I will recruit based on whatever the criteria for like my team might be. So if we're looking for, let's say we're looking for a shopper who's within a certain budget range or like in certain demographics, I'm going to recruit based on that still, right? In the same sort of thing, which is going to inherently narrow in a little bit of like the experiences that they're exposed to, but there still is granularity in a lot of those different vectors when you bring in real data. So I would say you're still recruiting based on your target demographic, right? And then I might argue like we're always, if that's the target demographic that we would be targeting on and building a test plan off of and an A/B test on, like that is exactly who you want to test for qualitative, right? Because as far as qualitative is concerned, they're the same user. When it flashes out in test results, and maybe you uncover something with real data that isn't the same user. So that's kind of generally how I arrange that, and I'm not sure if that exactly answers your question, but that's my thought process behind how I target. And then if I saw some sort of variation that I thought was like, oh, what we thought to be the truth isn't really true, that's a finding, right? That is being input because you put real data into the target.
That's great. Any other questions before we wrap today? There's one over here.
Hello, thank you for this. I'm like, when can I do this next? I was already thinking of some of the projects. practically speaking, when are you telling your participants that you're using some of their like personal data? Is it during the phone screener? Is it in the screener itself? Is it right before the interview? Like how much time do you want to give them to like consent in something like this?
So number one, this all probably depends on your company's data policy, right? Of like what data are you able to even store and like share and stuff. So like certainly speak to the powers that be probably in your legal department about that. But the process that I've typically done is if this is all, would be available data to us and is things that would be shown to them in an interface in a very common sort of way, the first time I interact with my participants is also in the interview. So I do all of my screening online. I don't phone screen. I think of the screener though as a way of, that is my first interaction in many ways with the participant. And if I'm asking them a line of question, I truly am leading them, right? A little bit. You're starting to lead them potentially even what the study is about to be. So you have to be like a little bit careful about that. But I generally, the way I hold my sessions is I spend usually like 10 to 15 minutes getting to know them, just building rapport and that trust, right, that you initially need to build with a participant. And then going into the actual part where I'm like, I'm going to share my screen and this is what we're going to do or whatnot, I'll say, you were doing something a little bit different today. We actually have taken some, you replied in the screener XYZ, and we've actually personalized based on that. Or, if you're a customer for a specific company where it's like very clear that you would have their data, like if you're a bank, like obviously some of their banking information. Just saying that out loud though, of saying like, we're going to be reviewing this in a real, and I usually say the reason why we've put in your real data is we want to make this as realistic so you can be putting yourself in the most realistic scenario possible. So just also being like clear about why we're doing it. We want real answers from you and we want real feedback. And that same rapport building I do with all my participants of like, thank you for your time because you're giving me insights and just being transparent.
That's great. All right, we have time for one more question before we wrap up for the day. So, who's it going to be? All right, here we go.
Great talk. I loved how you brought the hamburger theme throughout. I have an operational question about the screeners.
Sure.
Do the screeners reach the person with your personal name on it, like as an introduction to talking with you personally? Or is it like coming from some centralized team? Like what does that communication look like given this very personalized approach?
Yeah, so I think that that's totally up to you. I'll give you like my personal opinion. I almost always, and you mean me personally, like Jennifer Maples, I almost always have coming from like research at my organization, if they reply to, it replies to my email, if they would have any sorts of questions, and I generally don't, and then when I do the scheduling experience, it's usually coming directly from my company email address. So I don't in the screening process make it any sorts of more personal. I keep it pretty standard, cut and dry, and then start the kind of like journey of personalization. Also, like in any sessions, I find it's best, right, when you're rapport building in that first like 5-10 minutes with a participant. That's really when I'm also even thinking of, I always have placeholder language, but you're thinking like, ooh, is this a very privacy sensitive person? Maybe I need to take a different approach or whatever. And I also always say to participants, at the end of my thing of like, if for any reason, these are totally optional. So if for any reason you want to stop at any time, like you can stop, to just be respectful of privacy. If I have had people who are not in actually prototyping scenario, but in other scenarios who feel pretty privacy sensitive and respecting that and just ending the interview if that's what needs to happen,
That's lovely. Jennifer, thank you so much for that fantastic talk. Give me a round of applause.
Thank
you can chill with me as whatever you want to do. Thank you so much. All right. So we are at the end of this day, we're at the end of this week. But before we leave, just want to hang with you for maybe a minute or two as I reflect on what's happened this week and what's happened today. At the start of the day, I was chatting with Alec, and we're sort of joking around about a couple of things, but something that he said is, we don't have professional speakers at UXRConf. We don't bring in Gary Vaynerchuk. We don't put the name there. We have people here who are real researchers, real research leaders, who are sharing from their experiences, of the things that they've done, the things that they've tried, what's worked, what hasn't worked. And what has struck me as I've been sitting over here listening to all these talks is, it is so cool that we have people who are willing to just come and talk, right? I mean, before I actually go on, I should have started with, shout out to all of you for being here. Let's give yourselves a round of applause for actually being here, and those of you online. Because otherwise there would have been 8 presenters speaking to sponsors and 8 other presenters, and that would have been awkward. But I do think there's something really powerful about being in a community where people are willing to just come on stage and share what's really happening. But the thing I want to leave you with as a challenge is, when are you gonna be up here? When are you gonna be the person who goes, you know what, I'm a normal person like Jennifer, like Reggie, I'm a normal person like everyone who's been up here. And I'm gonna take a step to not be mediocre and really push myself to advance our community and our practice. Any one of you sitting here, or any one of you watching, has the ability to be on this stage, or not even this stage, to be a person who is building into the lives, into the work of other UXRs, because we really only advance as a community. We really only build up what we're doing by trying things, experimenting on our own, sharing that, seeing what comes out. And so my challenge to you, as we wrap up UXRConf 2025, and we look forward to UXRConf 2026. 2026, people, what is going on? Next year is going to be 2026, but my challenge to you is not only to do the things that you've been challenged to do during the sessions, but to think about not being mediocre, advancing what you're doing in your practice, but also share it. Don't keep the stuff to yourself. Don't keep it just to your team. We don't get better unless each of us help each other out. So, do the things that you've been encouraged to do today and this week, but please, 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 every one of us, let's share what we're doing to help this community advance. And with that, I thank you for your time. I thank the team who has made this happen, the sponsors. It has been a blast. Stick around, hang out with some people who you've just met or people you've known for a long time. Grab a beer, go out for dinner. Happy 2025.